Good morning. It is 9:05 on Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. We are going to start our Speech Language Pathology and Audiology and Hearing Aid Dispensers Board meeting. It's a public meeting. I would like to start with roll call and establish our quorum. I am present. Board Chair Amy White.
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges.
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang. Mr. John Dandurand.
Here.
Mr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
We do have a quorum. I'd also like to acknowledge staff who are present here at the meeting at this time.
Paul Sanchez, Executive Officer of the Board.
Sharice Burns, Assistant Executive Officer of the Board.
Maria Lorenzo, Legislation, Regulations, and Budget Analyst.
Yuping Lin, Board Counsel.
Dow Choi, Regulatory Counsel.
Thank you. We'll move to agenda item number 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. We'll move to agenda item number 3, the review and possible approval of the March 1st, 2024 board meeting minutes. I would like to ask Ms. Maria Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minute includes board meeting with updates of board activities, including the board's strategic planning process and legislation. At this meeting, the board modified the proposed regulations regarding SLP and audiology continuing professional development, as well as HAD advertising, and responded to public comments on the proposed regulations regarding HAD continuing educations.
Is there any board discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion for approval of the meeting minutes.
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes from March 1st, 2024.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask the moderator to open for public comment.
This is the moderator. Appears we have no public on WebEx. Would you still like me to open it, or?
No, I guess not.
All right.
Thank you. Someone there. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would like to ask Ms. Sharice Burns to conduct the roll call vote this time.
Absolutely. Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White. Aye. Mr. Borges.
Aye.
Mr. Dandurand.
Aye.
And Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Well, moving to agenda item number 4, the board chair report. I'd like to provide an update on our board and committee activities. We already had our February 2nd meeting, our March 1st meeting, our June 12th meeting that is occurring today. Our next 2 meetings planned are going to be held on September 5th through 6th and on November 6th and 7th in Southern California and in Northern California, respectively. Regarding our standing committees, we do have the Speech Pathology Practice Committee that only at this time has 1 member, myself. So we are hoping that we can fill these vacancies soon so we can continue to have this committee meet. We still have a vacancy in the Audiology Practice Committee. We have a vacancy in the Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee at this time. So for your reference, make sure that you are looking at your board assignments for each of these committees and keep those in mind that we do have vacancies.
I'm sorry, we have a vacancy in the dispensing?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. Oh, there it is over there. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Other page.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public on the call?
This is the moderator. Appears there are no members of the public on the WebEx call.
Okay, thank you. No need to open up public comment at this time. We will move on to agenda item number 5, our executive officers report. So I will ask for Mr. Sanchez to provide his report.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone in person here. I just want to talk a little bit about what we've been focused on since our last board meeting and just give you an update on our board operations. You received a handout today, and it's the one that says Agenda Item 5, Executive Officer Report. So you can refer to that. I'll start with the administrative update. Last time we reported to you, we had just filled all of our vacancies, and we were proudly touting that. We should have knocked on wood, because when you have a board of our size, any vacancy has an impact. I mean, if one person leaves, it can have an impact on the board. So I just wanted to inform you that we lost 2 staff members. One person left for a promotional opportunity within DCA. And that happens, when you're part of one of the largest employers in the country, the state of California, people have a lot of opportunities. So we will see turnover at times. And we lost another staff member who wanted to take a job that was more aligned with her education and training, which is in speech language pathology. The other vacancy was a position that we attained through the budget process. So that's an actual victory for the board, because that's additional staff. So what we did for the last several weeks is we just focused on hiring and recruitment. So most of May, I think for 2 straight weeks, Sharice and I were in a conference room interviewing people, one after another. Just, to hire one person, there's a lot of work that's involved. The recruitment process and the civil service process, you have to do background checks and all those things. So we set out to, let's try to get as many people hired as we can, and with the help of our DCA Human Resources, which actually really did a great stand-up job for us, helping us stay on top of things, approving things that we needed approved to move forward. We were able to actually hold, I don't even know how many interviews we held, but we are in the process of, we have 2 acceptances. We're going to have those 2 positions filled probably within the next couple of weeks, where they'll actually be in the office. And we're in the process of getting approval for the 3rd one. So we're still kind of going through the selection process for that. Those positions are, one is in licensing, a program technician position. One is to help us with CE audits and enforcement, and one is an enforcement analyst. So I just wanted to kind of inform you, that that's the kind of thing that happens. You kind of have to get pulled away. You have to do what you have to do. And that's not something that we planned on, but thank goodness we're through that process. The next item I want to talk about is our budget, and just kind of brief you on where we are. The last time we spoke, we told you about the statewide expenditure freeze and what we were going to have to do to closely monitor our spending. We had to make reductions, and I think how that impacts the board is that there's a good possibility that we'll see more future remote meetings, because that's a huge cost savings to the board and to the state when we meet remotely. Today is a day that we really felt we had to meet in person. Strategic planning is very important, and we want to give it the importance that it's due. So that's kind of the outlook of where we are. Our budget is healthy. You have a few documents that are attached with these materials, and one is your fund condition. So I know we have some new board members. I want to make sure that everybody understands the material that I'm providing you. The fund condition is this document here. It's the one that's not colored, that shows like a balance sheet. And the reason we provide this to you is to show you exactly that, the condition of our fund. If you look at these lines, there's different sections. We start with the beginning balance. That's a carryover from the previous years. We show you our revenues, and you can look in the column that says CY, that's current year, 23-24. And then we show you our total expenditures. And so, for instance, this current year, we have little over $3.2 million. We're expended to spend 2.9. We won't spend all of that money, and we'll carry over about 2 million into the next year. The last line there that says months in reserve is the way that boards measure their fund condition. This basically tells you that if all revenue stopped, we would be able to operate as a board for 6.7 months. And we project it conservatively just to kind of show you the health of our fund. This is a work that's been in progress for several years. It involved also looking at our fee structure, looking at our revenue. So the reason we have a healthy fund today is some of the work that this board has done in previous years. Now, honing in on the current year, you have the document that's in the landscape format. It's a FY 23-24 budget report. And what this is actually is the operating expenditure report. And this shows you the different line items in which the board spends money. You'll see that in that very last column, some items are in black, some items are in red. What we're looking for here is the bottom line. And if you look at the bottom here, the bottom line, the surplus deficit shows you that we'll carry over about 3.67% of our budget. This is a projection. This is based on budget reports that we receive and the work that our staff does with budgets. So you can kind of see here that we're in pretty good shape. We usually like to be right around that amount and give ourselves a little bit of a cushion. Now, moving down into our outreach update, I like to keep you informed of some of the outreach that we conduct. Obviously, we're limited because of our budget and what we can do, but we try to be creative. We try to keep in contact with our stakeholders, and one of those methods is to attend what we call California CAPSID, the Council of Academic Programs and Communication Sciences. This is a quarterly meeting that happens with all the program directors throughout the state, and this is an opportunity for us to tell them what we're doing, and they can pass that information on to the students that are out there in the programs. This year, this quarter, we presented regulation changes. We talked about application processing and our business modernization project. I had Sharice Burns there with me, and we were able to provide them with information on some of the changes that we're making, some of the struggles that we're having with our application delays, and some of the types of calls that we're getting. So we were there to answer questions, and I know that they're real happy to have us there. The other area of outreach is we just started to plan the presentation that we normally give for the California Academy of Audiology at their annual conference. There's a possibility that we will not be able to attend, but we're going to we have the option of seeking an exemption or presenting remotely to the group. In the past, we've attended in person. There was a year during COVID that we presented and did a town hall, so that may also be an option. But that's kind of what we're looking at doing. Probably that happens in, I think, September, and it's in Irvine, California, right, Dr. White? Yes. Okay. So those are some of the outreach, that we did this past quarter. Moving on to D, our licensing report. Overall, our licensing cycle times are continuing to improve. We have been looking at information and trying to evaluate the effectiveness of our new online system. And the good news is that we're seeing those improvements that are happening. One of the other things that we've been able to do, because we've reduced the processing times, we've been able to focus on foreign coursework applications. We had a backlog in that area for a long time, and our staff was able to focus on that. They go into one of our small conference rooms and evaluate these applications, and I believe we're all caught up now, right? And that has been something that I don't think we've been caught up in all the years that I've been with the board, because there's so much involved in those foreign coursework applications. So I really want to give major kudos to our licensing staff for making that happen. I wanted to talk about licensing a little more because we have heard quite a bit, gotten feedback from applicants who have been frustrated with, some of the wait times that they had to experience this year. And I think it's really important that, especially for the newer board members, that you understand where we were as a board, even, a few years ago. I'd say about 5 years ago, we really set out to look at licensing. For years, we've been throwing work at the problem of licensing. The problem is too much work coming in, not enough people to do the work. So this happens in peaks and valleys. And the peaks and valleys were more dramatic in the past. You get a lump of work, for a couple of months, and then it would all just kind of slow down. Well, that's changed over the years, and it's become more and more steady. So what we were doing in the past, we were bringing seasonal help. We were working overtime. We analyzed this thing until, we were just kind of done analyzing. There was not much more we could do. So we knew that we had to look at the way we process applications and look at our online system. This is my third type of project like this in my career. These are major undertakings. I knew a couple of things. One is I had to recruit someone to come into my office that was going to help me do this. And I recruited Sharice Burns. She came on. That was one of the major reasons why the board recruited her, because she had experience in working with a project like this. When she came into work for the board, we were hit with the pandemic. And that was a huge setback. I don't need to talk to you about how that affected us, but you can imagine that put a lot of things on hold. We had some, major victories. We had some major struggles during this process. One of the things, I think one of the major high points was we were awarded what we call a Total Modernization Fund Award during this time, where we received, I want to say $500,000. Is that about right? $400,000 that was awarded to the board by the state of California to go on to apply to this business modernization. Well, for a board of our size, that's a huge boost. That was a major part of the cost of doing the entire project. So that was just, kind of a big touchdown that we scored early on in the process. One of the drawbacks was that we didn't have additional staff given to us to do the job. So we had to manage the project with the current staff that we had while having to process the applications that we were already overloaded with. So the drawback was that, there was a risk reward. What we could have done was just kept going the way we were going. Let's not do the project because it's going to be a setback and people are going to get really upset. There's going to be long waiting times. But we had to take the risk and say, let's do this because the reward is long-term. Long-term, we can make a major impact and maybe not have to deal with this problem in the future. So that's what we planned to do. We knew that we were going to have those delays, and we did it. We have experienced those delays in this past year. What we're seeing now is we're trying to evaluate the effectiveness. That's why I gave you this long speech. When we're looking at the effectiveness now, if you go to previous years, we know where we were last year. Last year tells us we were overloaded, so there was a long delay. I don't have this data for you, but we will have it at a future time because we want more time to evaluate it. When we go to the year before that and the year before that, we're looking at post-COVID years. So those are years that are difficult to interpret too. But what we are seeing right now is that there has been improvement in the processing times. So if you look at the table back at my report, under section D, you'll see licensing cycle times. And if you look at measuring apples to apples, if we looked at last year at this time, we were at 13 weeks, and that was actually where we were already seeing improvement. So We were at 13 weeks last year. Right now, we're at two weeks. It's taken us 2 weeks to process a complete application. And we know that that's getting better. So the other area of frustration that we've seen is our phone system. So in all of this, all of these delays, we receive more phone calls to the board office. Some of these calls that are escalated to me, I hear from people that say, no one responded, or I didn't get a response. One of the reasons we found, so Sharice worked with Telecom and they did a review of our system, and we found that because we were one of the first boards to take on the new Teams phone system in the entire Department of Consumer Affairs. So I think some of the lessons that they learned, they had to kind of circle back to us and apply them. So we found that there are some issues with the routing of our phone system that we identified, and we were able to resolve those. So those are areas that we want to really measure how we're communicating with people and evaluate the effectiveness of our phone system and our online system. So stay tuned for that. Like I said, the good news is we're starting to see those benefits, and those are reflected in that table that I provided you. Before I go to the next issue, because I provided you with a lot of information, do any board members have any questions so far on the information you've been provided? Yes.
Sorry, Paul. So are you still at 13 weeks, or that's improved now? I missed that point.
Yeah, so if you look at the table there in section D, I try to give you guys a bit of a snapshot. And that's in the memo of my report. And you'll see that we are now at 2 weeks for speech language pathology and audiology complete licensing applications, and for hearing aid dispensing complete applications.
Is that the very first one?
To
Sorry,
give you a little context, so I have in front of me a little bit of June data from 2022. We were at 3 weeks. 2021, we were at 6 weeks. So obviously, last year was the year we were finishing up rollout of the online applications, including the AB 107 military spouse applications, which was a big workload right after finishing all of the regular applications. So for context, obviously 13 weeks last year was out of the ordinary. But in the years prior, we had 3 weeks and 6 weeks. So the fact that we're still at 2 is a great improvement. And then what we're seeing in the trend is that in the non-business modernization years, it's still a reduction against those normal, for lack of a better word, right? They were still pandemic years, but normal years.
Right. So John, to answer your question, we've gone from 13 weeks to 2 weeks at this point. Now, we're seeing some effectiveness. Sharice and I both tend to be conservative. We're trying to contain ourselves and not high-five ourselves yet, because we want more time to evaluate the program and how it's working. But so far, we're seeing kind of clear skies in the forecast.
Which is good. What is the process for dispensing, or it might even be audiology, when they do the written test through that system? Was there a delay in that in the last couple of months, getting written tests?
I'll let Sharice answer that.
There was an issue with the legacy system and the approval there. So there's a couple different ways that our systems interact with the written vendor PSI, and there were some issues going on there that have been resolved since then.
It has.
But that was definitely an issue that got brought up, maybe a month or two ago, that it was happening and we couldn't figure out what was going on, and we had to work with the ATS team. But unfortunately, that's actually legacy systems, not the new one. So the new one did what it was supposed to. The old one said, I don't know if I want to do this. So, but it's all fixed now, and that should be good.
Perfect.
Moving on to our practical exam report, the most recent exam we
Paul,
had.
I
Yeah.
have a quick question
sure.
before you move on. Actually, one comment first. To go from 13 weeks to 2 weeks in basically a month is pretty amazing. So, kudos to you guys for having such a big turnaround that quickly. So,
Thank you.
good job.
And I just want to clarify that the comparison is May of 23 to,
Well, a year, even a
Yeah,
year,
right.
it's pretty amazing
thank you.
to turn that
Appreciate it.
around. The question I have is on the new staff. What's the training cycle to get them up to speed so they're as effective as they can be? And
There's different cycles because they work in different areas. I'll let Sharice maybe talk about licensing.
So right now we have a PT2 that we are filling, and she will be starting on the 24th of this month. So I'm very pleased to announce that that is firm, and she will be in place soon. We found with the PT2 position, the training goes rather quickly. A lot of the new systems are more intuitive. And then the ability to figure out the interplay between the systems is actually pretty quick as well. So that person was pretty much fully trained month, 2 months. When it comes to more complex things, an enforcement AGPA analyst is someone that's a senior level analyst and coming in and doing investigations for us. That'll take a little more time. I mean, it could be a couple months to a half a year where they're really getting their feet wet and everything. Depends on whether they're coming in with previous investigative experience or not. And then the SSA, similarly, learning how to do CE audits. They are their own interesting little bag of tricks, but it is really an audit. It's another enforcement feature. And the person that will hopefully be joining us by July comes with enforcement knowledge as well. So that will be a somewhat easier transition and probably a quick training. So, and then the rest of the 4 analysts that we have in licensing are already in place, fully functional. And the newest analyst started in January, and she was good within about 2 months. So improving our systems has also helped with training because there's a lot more intuitiveness to it. And then it's really just learning the different requirements for just different license types, right? Like the difference between an audiology this versus speech this and hearing aid that. So.
And I will say that even though, I mean, you do take a hit every time you have to train someone, obviously, it takes time. And even though they're not fully trained, they can still make an impact. There's still things that they can do while they're being fully trained. It does take time to learn enforcement and to be effective at conducting investigations and carrying on with the different tasks involved. Any other questions before I move on to the next area of my report? Okay, so we held a practical examination in March of 2024, and you have the results noted in that table. Our next practical exam is going to be held here in a couple of weeks on June 28th and 29th. I've also included statistical data in enforcement and a status on the regulations that we're working on right now. Also included are statistics on licensing and enforcement that are part of that handout that you received. I know we have a lot of business to tend to today, so I'll move on unless anyone else has questions on my report.
The last question I have for you, we discussed, I think, in December about implementing the process for the practicum exam that everyone's going to be put in a queue now. Has that taken place?
That'll be part of the regulation package, so that is still in the works. So when you see the dispensing audiologist and practical exam regulation package, that's included with that. So that once that goes through, and unfortunately it's the reg process, so it is longer and drawn out, but as quickly as we can do that one, that's when that'll be implemented.
Very good.
Thank you.
If there are any members of the public, I would like to ask the moderator to open up for public comment at this time.
This is the moderator. It appears there are no members of the public on the WebEx call right now.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 6, the board strategic planning moderated by the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Team. First, we'll start with the strategic planning overview. Board 2021 through 2024 strategic plan highlights. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Burns to provide the 2021 through 2024 strategic plan highlights.
Thank you. Again, another handout, you received agenda item number 6 here. It says it was handed to you with my report. Just want to talk about just a little bit of background on what we've done. This is now my 3rd strategic plan with this board, and I've done this throughout my career, and the reason I'm providing you this, the reason Sharice and I worked on this was because we wanted you to just see how the strategic plan has really driven the success of the board so far and what we've accomplished. If you look at this document, you can kind of see what we accomplished for the last 4 years. I also, without having to, we don't want to go through the whole document, but I do encourage you to look at this document. You can see there that our goals were broken up into 5 areas: licensing, enforcement, outreach and communication, laws and regulations, and program administration. For each of these, we had 3 to 5 goals. Overall, the board completed 67% of its strategic goals, with an additional 6% being in process and expected to be completed by the end of this year. There's a breakdown of the current completion rates. You could see there that in licensing, we completed half of our goals, and the major one was our online project, our business modernization. We completed most of our goals in the other areas. I just wanted to see if there was any particular areas, Sharice, that you wanted to highlight in this memo before we move on.
I think it's really just about the online licensing system and how incredibly impactful that has been to the board. And we're going to see that play out in the data, and we'll continue to deliver that after this meeting. We do want to get through a little bit of peak season before we claim a victory there. But if everything holds up, that kind of process improvement internally, and then the technology advancing that process improvement to get these kind of results with that quick of a turnaround. Because remember, we were on a special funding project, so we completed things in a year, which normally would take 2 to 3. If we can do that, then it could be expanded to other programs at the board and other services, and how much more effective that can make us as our lean, small team, lean and mean, right? And getting it done, just kind of, it'll be a big push, but the results and the future will be so much better for the board. So that's kind of it is the biggest highlight. It was the biggest push. I think if you asked any of our staff members over the last few years, that has been the biggest project we have ever seen. But it was worth it. And to keep those things in mind as we plan for the next 4 years.
And I just want to add, again, please review this document, take a look at what we've accomplished. We're going into this next time period with some fiscal constraints. So we're going to have to be, more creative. We've lived through this before. We had something very similar to this back in 2009. And, we had to be creative. We had to work a little harder, a little smarter. So just be aware of that. I think that there's still some areas that we can accomplish. Going into that project, we did a lot of outreach. We went out and we told people, there was a storm coming and we were going to get through this, and it was going to help us in the long term. But even with that bit of outreach that we did, there's still, we still need to figure out a better way to get the word out to people. So going into this, I just wanted to put that out there. We're excited about this next chapter. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to open it up for board discussion. Okay, hearing none. If there are any members of the public, moderator, I'd like to open it up for public comment.
This is a moderator, and it appears there are no members of the public on the WebEx call.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Ann Fisher and Ms. Tricia St. Clair from DCA Solid to lead the board through the strategic planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Ann Fisher, and with me is Tricia St. Clair. And we're going to be helping you sort of discern and determine where you want to put your resources over the next few years. So our role this morning is to act as a completely neutral party. We're not here to make you look good. We're not here to make DCA look good. We're just going to try and stay neutral the whole way. We are going to provide structure. We've got our, agendas separated out into goal areas and things so that we can have a more coherent discussion. Tricia, we're going to trade off in presenting, but we will be documenting the discussion so that we make sure we don't miss any of your good ideas. We'll make sure that we understood what you meant when you do make suggestions. And then as we're taking our notes, we'll show them on the screen, but please don't worry about grammar and spelling. We will absolutely fix that up later. If we misspell audiologists, it's nothing personal. So from your side of things, we'd like for you to minimize distractions as best you can. If you can leave your phone on silent and turn it face down if you can, that would be great. Seems like you all get along great, but respect everyone's contributions. There are no silly ideas. Some of this does get into brainstorming. So please, respect the good intentions of everyone who suggests wild things that you might not be comfortable with at first. We would love to get everyone to participate and contribute. If one or two strong personalities take over a session, it can act to the detriment of the strategic plan. So we would like to hear from the introverts as well as the extroverts. And then at the end of each discussion, we just would like for you to reach consensus if you can. If it's not exactly the terms that you had hoped to include, or it didn't exactly reflect your first priority, can you live with it? At the end of the day, can you live with that being the consensus of the group? That's helpful. So the first thing we're going to do this morning is we're going to see, since I know a number of you are moderately new, you may have already been through the diversity, equity, and inclusion training that Solid has offered. This is going to be a refresher. If you haven't had a chance to do the full training, this will be an abbreviated training. It's going to be a video. And then we'll get encouragement from our director, Kimberly Kirkmeyer. After that, we will review the strategic planning process, give you a highlight of what we're going to do through the day. We'll review your mission statement, vision statement, values, your goal statements, if you want to make any edits or updates or phrasing tweaks. Then we're going to take a look at the environmental scan. That's the report from the survey results. We did this big survey, and so we're going to take a look at what people had to say that you're doing well and things that they'd like for you to improve on. After taking a look at the data, we'll go ahead and develop objectives. And we've got a whole, layout of formats, so you won't just be on your own. We'll guide you through all of that. So at this point, we're going to present the diversity, equity, and inclusion videos. So take a look at those. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bacon, Training Manager with the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Training and Planning Solutions team. I'm excited to bring today's training video about diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DEI, to all of you. My training experience in DEI goes back to 2015 across multiple departments, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support DCA's DEI efforts. What does DEI mean? That's the title of today's training video and is truly reflective of what we will cover. The training content was collaboratively built using resources, research, and training with the goal to further our understanding of this important topic. This training video will provide a foundation of the general concepts, understanding, and importance of DEI. The Solid team is honored and excited to be a part of DCA's DEI initiatives, and we will continue to expand our commitment to DEI through both training and learning. I'm also proud to share this year, every Solid trainer will be DEI certified, and more DEI trainings are on the horizon. I expect this will only be the beginning of exciting things to come for DCA. So now, let's get into it. What does DEI mean? Our learning objectives for this training will be to understand what diversity means and who it relates to, why it's necessary to choose equity versus equality. We'll discuss the benefits reflected in our work culture when we practice inclusion, and I'll share several examples of how to integrate DEI. I think it's important to mention this training's alignment with our mission statement, which is to advance a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. To understand diversity, we first need to define what it means. Diversity is all the characteristics and experiences which define each of us as individuals and the groups to which we belong. Often there's a mindset which associates diversity with only individuals who fall under the protected classes. Diversity is relevant and inclusive of every human being based on each aspect of our lives. We're multi-dimensional beings, which makes us diversely unique. Race and ethnicity are frequently misunderstood. People don't always recognize or identify themselves with one simplistic and usually limited category listed on a demographic questionnaire. To shed some light on this, here are the definitions. Race is biological and refers to groups of people often based on physical characteristics such as the color of their skin. Ethnicity is a broader term than race, and it's your cultural identity. It's chosen or learned from your culture and family experiences, such as a certain custom, traditions, and languages you've been exposed to within the group you feel you belong. Someone might say their race is Black, yet they associate their ethnicity with Portuguese. Or another person might say their race is white and their ethnicity is Irish. I'm a fan of this diversity iceberg because I feel it's a good representation of human diversity. Above the waterline, we can only see about 20 to 30% of an iceberg. The other 70 to 80% is below the surface. When we first interact with someone, there are features we can quickly identify in a short amount of time, such as their body language, an accent when they speak, possibly their gender, and how they're dressed. But these only represent very limited and sometimes inaccurate characteristics of the person. There are numerous layers and dimensions to who we really are, such as our education, sexual orientation, work ethic, strengths, life experiences, and personality traits. And it's impossible to identify these core attributes within a person until we've invested the time to find out. And this is when unconscious bias comes into play, above the surface, when our brains quickly respond to a person or group of people simply based on limited external perceptions. Our brain is biologically wired to rapidly intake information all around us to determine our safety. It's the mechanism which activates our fight or flight response. This is also known as implicit bias. It's an unconscious response and inherent to all humans. We're exposed to influences from an early age based on our environment, our family, education from schools, community, television, movies, marketing, and one of the most powerful influences in our culture today is social media. Because of these unconscious influences, our brains begin to form stereotypes about the society around us. People who look or act a certain way are categorized in our minds based on these mental intakes. Have you ever had that gut feeling when you've been around someone for 5 seconds? It's important to listen to our intuition, but this becomes a problem when we have a strong reaction to someone based on very limited information. We want to trust that feeling and sometimes revere it as a superpower, but we need to make sure we pause and ask ourselves truthfully what prompted those feelings. This is why unconscious bias tends to have a negative connotation. It is how our brains work, but we have to hold ourselves accountable for how we respond, especially when it's based on an unfair judgment. If we're brave enough to ask and listen to how we've impacted the people around us, we can become more aware of our own biases and reprogram our brain's response system. Viktor Frankl says, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Now I want to talk about the E in DEI and the difference between equality versus equity. Equality happens when we provide the same, equal treatment to everyone, and it can feel fair. When we choose to give equity, we create pathways to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities have unequal starting points. This picture reflects what it looks like when we give everyone equal resources. Our intentions may be good, but when we check in and ask people how they're doing, we'll find out not everyone was able to participate. If we check in with people first and find out what they need, it levels the playing field for everyone to succeed. Equality is often related to what most of us know as the golden rule. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. But what you need to succeed can look very different from the people around you. Equity is a verb and a choice. We should all practice the platinum equity rule, which is ask people what they need, then choose to give it so they feel respected. We all deserve respect. Aretha Franklin sang it best. RESPECT, find out what it means to me. I love this quote from Maya Angelou. She says, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this is when inclusion comes in. Inclusion is the practice it takes to create a positive work environment where the differences of every team member is recognized, understood, and valued. Inclusion is about building trust within our working relationships. One attempt isn't going to automatically change everything, and it's not always easy because we don't automatically know what everyone needs or how people prefer to engage. Inclusion takes time and practice. The key is we need to be curious, ask, listen, and invite the people you serve to provide input. Don't just ask for their feedback after the project is said and done. Give everyone involved a voice and a seat at the table. When we practice inclusion, it lifts morale. Retention increases because people like coming to work. When people feel valued and heard, they're innovative, which inspires collaboration within teams, and DCA becomes a destination employer. Simon Sinek believes the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. How can we create inclusive engagement? Hold meetings regularly, then give people options for how to communicate and provide input. In work groups, extroverts tend to speak up and sometimes dominate conversations. If an introvert or analytical person who needs a little more time to problem solve isn't given an opportunity, great ideas and insight can be lost. Groupthink, also known as conformity bias, can quickly contaminate a group when everyone's voice isn't heard and understood. When a special assignment or project is given, make sure the goals and expectations are clear. Give everyone on the team an opportunity to learn and grow from a special assignment. Create a mentoring opportunity by pairing someone more experienced with someone who's new to the project. This knowledge transfer is ideal for succession planning. There is a DEI section in the Strategic Planning Environmental Scan. It will centralize input on DEI matters and contain demographic information collected. This section can help further inform the board as it considers impacts of policy decision. Our mission is to provide outstanding support services, oversight, and innovative solutions to boards and bureaus that regulate California professionals and vocations so that through this partnership, all Californians are informed, empowered, and protected. Our vision, together protecting California consumers. Our values, accountability, communication, diversity, employees, integrity, leadership, service, and transparency. As a board, you should ensure that your mission, vision, and values supports change and evolves to meet the needs of all Californians. We want all Californians to feel accepted in seeking services we provide. As board members, you are the leaders of the industry you regulate. In this next section, we will discuss actionable areas to incorporate DEI in 4 areas: policy, licensing, enforcement, and outreach. In policy, we need to ask ourselves if the decisions we are considering will lead to the success of everyone involved. Reflect on who will benefit from or be burdened by the proposal or decision being considered. Are the needs of one demographic different from another geographic group? Think equity. What data or metrics will you use to evaluate the impacts of your decisions? Leverage methods that increase public input and engagement, such as workshops, surveys, and multilingual communications. Actively engage with diverse and underserved communities. Reach out to associations, colleges, interested parties, other licensing or regulatory bodies. Utilize the strategic planning process. Review information collected through the new environmental scans, which incorporate DEI questions. Licensing. When licensees reflect communities they serve, it expands access to all. Use plain language. Simplify communication so it's easy to understand and complete. Expand multilingual resources for applicants and consumers. Consider additional pathways to gain experience and/or education for licensure. Expand outreach for subject matter experts to ensure the exam development process is inclusive. When it comes to enforcement, drive fair outcomes and protect the vulnerable. Review enforcement data and trends. Update enforcement policies, processes, and procedures to mitigate unintended consequences to impacted populations through increased engagement with consumers, stakeholders, and communities. When you build your team, consider the needs of all the communities we serve. Do you need more bilingual staff? Do you need additional staff in certain areas of the state? Expand your outreach through HR, job fairs, and inquire about other opportunities you may not have considered before. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember you can't take the bias from the person, but you can remove the bias from the process. Through outreach, you can increase access and opportunity when you reach and meet people where they're at. Do you know what the second most common language in California is? Spanish. So when you translate resource materials based on the people you serve, you expand language access. Develop multilingual communications for social media posts, applications, forms, and other resources you provide. Publish written and video testimonials from your diverse consumers, which reflect their age, race, gender, and cultural differences. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember to leverage all the resources available to you at DCA. The Equal Employment Opportunity Office administers the American Sign Language and Real-Time Captioning Services contract. The EEO office conducts the department-wide language survey to identify the public it serves, the languages spoken, and the bilingual resources available at DCA to ensure equal access is provided for all consumers. The Consumer Information Center administers a contract that provides phone language services to consumers in over 200 languages. The Office of Human Resources administers the bilingual pay program, including the establishment of bilingual positions. The Office of Publications, Design, and Editing coordinates requests for the translation of written materials. The Solid Training and Planning Solutions offers DEI-related trainings, surveys, meeting facilitation, and development of strategic plans. The Office of Professional Examination Services offers examination translation and adaptation services. I want to share one of the many examples of how the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology has integrated DEI.
The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology celebrates the ever-changing diversity of California's consumers and licensees,
so we can establish a quorum,
which is why the board has made a concerted effort to expand on its language accessibility. Here are some of our achievements.
Please enter 1 for Spanish and 2 for all other languages.
Upon request, each individual that visits the board in person is given the opportunity to access an interpreter via the language line phone service if the individual does not feel they are able to effectively communicate with board staff. Let's take a look.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Tôi không nói tiếng Anh.
Okay, is there another language that you prefer? Do you see one on this list?
Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
Okay.
A unit within the Department of Consumer Affairs called the Consumer Information Center, or CIC, provides phone agents who assist consumers and licensees in English, Spanish, and more than 240 other languages with the assistance of a third-party vendor via the toll-free number 1-800-952-5210. Phone agents usually serve as the public's first point of contact. They provide many services to both consumers and licensees. CIC phone agents answer nearly 1 million calls per year. The board provides 3 additional language access pages in Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean languages on its website, www.barbercosmo.ca.gov. The English homepage has the option for Google Translate. Almost every publication, form, bulletin, and trifold the board provides is translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean. Items such as the self-inspection worksheet and the What to Expect When You're Inspected trifold are available in these languages. Select videos such as foot spa cleaning and disinfecting have been translated into the Vietnamese language and posted to the board's website.
Hi, my name is Kyle with the State Board. I'm here doing inspection.
When inspecting salons with Vietnamese-speaking individuals where violations have been found, inspectors utilize a translated violation cover sheet, which contains a simplified, translated explanation of select common violations. Citations that are issued to nail salons are provided in both the English and Vietnamese languages to the establishment owner. Board inspectors, exam site staff, and headquarters staff receive updated, specialized training on how to utilize an interpreter via the language line phone service to address language access situations found in their respective job roles. Interpreters are provided free of charge to petitioners in disciplinary review hearings upon request, so that each licensee can fully understand their hearing and the additional information provided at the hearing. The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology is dedicated to providing all individuals with meaningful access to the board's services, programs, and activities. We are working hard to expand our language access, and will continue to do so.
When we think about DEI, remember diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and the outcome is belonging. UC Berkeley's Others and Belonging Institute states, belonging describes values and practices where no person is left out of the circle of concern. Belonging means more than having just access. It means having a meaningful voice and the opportunity to participate. We need to make sure our efforts aren't just transactional. They need to be transformative, and it will take time. So remember, DEI is a journey, not a destination.
In 2022, Governor Newsom issued an executive order directing state agencies and departments to build upon the state's efforts to advance equity by taking new concrete actions to address disparities and expand opportunity for all Californians. The governor's executive order builds upon and strengthens the state's commitment to a California for all. We all have an important role in this effort. As you develop your board's strategic plan, building in and embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion into the goals and objectives is one of the most effective ways we can make progress and produce results with long-lasting impacts. The work that the boards and bureaus do touches the lives of every Californian. That is why it is so important to take into account every Californian when building out the board's mission, vision, values, and goals. The department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee and the SOLID team are available as a resource to help you in meeting those goals. Thank you for being a part of making our department a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all.
So thank you for your attention to those. I hope that they were a good refresher for some of the ideas that we're going to be trying to keep in mind as we get going with our developing our strategic plan. So to wake us back up again, we have a little activity that hopefully will put into context some of the ideas behind strategic planning. So we're going to give you a worksheet that's being handed out, and I'll explain what it is in just a moment. So take one, pass it along. So at first, this page is going to look like a bunch of random numbers. So what I'd like for you to do with the back of your pen or with your finger is just find and count up from 1 through however high you can get. All the numbers are included somewhere. And I'm going to give you 30 seconds and we'll see how high you can find. So questions? Just find the numbers? Okay, great. All right, go. Okay, how high did you get? 8?
17.
All right. Have you done this before? All right, 17 maybe. Anybody higher? All right. So this was kind of challenging. What would you think if I told you there's a key, there's a trick? Each of these the numbers is in a grid that you can see on the screen. So 1 is in the top left corner, 2 is in that second, 3 is in the third. When you get through to 9, 10 is back up at the top. So now that you have this clue, we're going to ask you to go through it again and see if you can get a little higher of count this time. All right. So let's try again. 30 seconds. Go. All right. Did you do better now? How high did anybody get this time? All right, 25. Anybody beat?
34.
All right. 40. All right. Great. So the reason I take you through this is because hopefully you'll be able to see that when you have a plan of approach, you can get more done. If you have everything structured out for you, you know what to do next, you know how to move on, and you end up with better results, right? So I hope that kind of gave you a glimpse into why we're doing the strategic planning, is because we're helping you and the staff of the board to get their work done. So you may be wondering, why are we bothering to create the strategic plan? Strategic planning answers 3 questions. Next slide. Oh, Sarah, maybe. Okay, perfect. There we go. So the questions that we're kind of going to take a look at the beginning of the session here are: where are we now? Where are we going to go? And how are we going to get there? So strategic planning takes a look at your mission statement and your values that you operate by, and the results from the survey that we did to sort of pinpoint and get a snapshot of where we are right now. Then where are we going? We're going to take a look at your vision statement, which is going to be the ultimate reality of how the world should be. We're going to take a look at your goal areas, and we're going to develop some objectives. That'll be where we're going. After this session, staff and us will get together and create an action plan of how will we get there. We're going to take certain steps. We're going to assign things to staff members and departments, make sure that everything gets done that you asked us to do. So that's sort of the background behind that. And as you look at the strategic planning process, you can sort of envision it like a house, that your mission and your values and your vision make up that first layer foundation for your organization's plan. They're fairly permanent. They're change only under pretty special circumstances, but your goals make up the second layer. And those are like the walls and the rooms in the house. They're fairly permanent, but they can change if they need to, a little bit easier than moving the foundation. The next layer up are your objectives, and that's more like paint and furnishings, that they can get updated more often, every 4 or 5 years or so. And then action items at the end are the steps that you can take to make these updates and changes to your paints and furnishings. So if we step back from the house metaphor for a moment and define these, your mission, your values, and your vision are the core of your organization. That's the purpose of your organization. Your goals are the desired conditions that your organization needs to achieve in order to be successful in its mission. The goals are sometimes directly or indirectly mentioned in your vision statement, not always, but they can be units or portions of the board staff. Your objectives are the individual measurable efforts taken to achieve your goals. They're developed from your observed weaknesses, from the opportunities and threats that the survey participants offered. They can be developed from projects that were mentioned in the Sunset Review report. And then the action items will be the specific tasks and plans to accomplish your objectives. So we can take a quick look at the mission statement you have now. So I'll give you a second to read through. And did you want to adjust that at all? Any phrasing you'd like to change around in that mission statement? Protecting, promoting standards, enforcing laws and regulations. That seem like it covers why you exist? Okay. All right, so no edits really needed? Okay. So your values that you have, there are quite a few of them. If I were to suggest, I would say maybe pare that down a little bit. But your values generally try to communicate your core priorities, how your mission is being accomplished, how you treat each other, how you treat the public when someone thinks of, oh yeah, I've got to contact SLIPA. What do they think of when they think of what they're going to experience when they contact you? Your desired culture. So as I said, you have 9, that's a lot. You have the option maybe to combine some of them. Solid has a couple of suggestions, but I'd like to hear from you first. Are there any of these that sort of duplicate each other? You could narrow it down a little?
I think that the integrity, professionalism can be potentially
Okay,
combined.
right,
I think one kind of speaks to the other
right.
if we're looking at the possibility of combining and reducing.
Right, exactly. And I had a note that accountability and transparency also sort of overlap largely. Is there any one term that you kind of would prefer to keep? Anybody have any thoughts on?
I'd say, are you talking about between accountability and transparency?
Well, either way, integrity and professionalism were the first two that got mentioned.
What was that?
I would like to propose integrity might be a more overarching term that would include professionalism. Just a thought.
Right. Any head nods, any head shakes, any input from the other board members? Seeing a couple of nods. I do tend to think integrity is a nice overarching core term. So are you fine with omitting professionalism and keeping integrity? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that then. I was also wondering, so any thoughts on accountability and transparency? Are those the same? Should those be lumped under integrity as a concept?
These are values that the board is presenting to the public.
Yeah, and in your dealings with each other.
Right, but basically saying this is what the board's values are
Correct.
as we are going through,
Right.
okay.
A public statement of these are the things
Right.
that are most important to us as we do our business.
I ask because transparency comes up a lot.
Right.
We see that a lot, and especially even when you're looking at, when we were looking at the, whatever we called the report.
The report, sure.
And when it was as I was looking through it, one of the things that the stakeholders mentioned a lot was transparency.
Okay. So that
So
might.
clearly, that's top of the mind for stakeholders.
Exactly. Okay. So that's a keeper. Do you feel comfortable maybe pulling accountability with the intent that that's encompassed in the transparency? Or are they two different things?
Accountability is my favorite word.
It's a good word because there's a lot that encapsulates that.
Yeah,
Right.
I almost feel like effectiveness, could be kind of under accountability, transparency.
Yeah.
Or could it even be changed to effective service?
Mm. Well, we do have effectiveness and efficiency.
Correct.
I think if you keep efficiency, you can probably get rid of the effectiveness because that is also encompassed in that.
Correct.
And service is just hanging there by itself. That I'm not quite sure. Maybe that can be
Dropped with the assumption that it's included in other things.
I mean,
It seems relatively vague.
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay.
Because accountability and transparency, I think, have two different definitions.
Agree.
Transparency would just be able to see inside and see what's going on. Accountability is something happened and we're going to do something about it.
Right. Right. So there's an important nuance difference there. Okay. All right.
On the website that I'm referencing, under accountability, the definition that's listed, it says we accept personal responsibility for our actions, exemplifying high ethical standards and always striving to improve our effectiveness. So it is included in that definition of accountability. And then there's the, right underneath that, it says effectiveness, we make informed decisions that make a difference and have a positive measurable impact. So if effectiveness is included in that accountability,
Right, it doesn't need to get a separate
Right.
listing. Okay,
then under service, the definition is we acknowledge all stakeholders, listen to them, as was stated in listening to the voice of the customer, and taking their needs into account. So we just heard that theme in the training. So maybe we can have a further discussion regarding the word service and how we can at least keep that thought of the acknowledgement of the stakeholders, listening to them and taking their needs into account.
right, right. You do have inclusion,
Yes.
so that, I think we're okay pulling
on, yes.
effectiveness.
And inclusion right now isn't on the current website, so then that makes sense. Right?
Okay,
Then to utilize the inclusion versus the service.
right. I would highly recommend either, yeah, definitely including one of the DEI terms, if not
Yeah.
more than one of those terms, if you want to add diversity or equity to the inclusion term. But I think we've done a nice job of paring down to more manageable set. Everybody comfortable with the new set, you think?
Sure.
Can you review the new set?
Sure. Consumer protection, efficiency, integrity, accountability, transparency, and inclusion.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, fantastic. So we are going to have a tiny change here. We're going to change from Tricia being our scribe to Sarah being our scribe so that we can move on to our vision statement. Or actually the environmental scan. And so Tricia will be back in a moment. She's got another obligation. So as we did our environmental scan, we did interviews with most of you, and then we did an external survey. We always get a much better participation from licensees than we do from consumers, simply because we don't have any great email address list to reach consumers of your services. That's tough every board and bureau in DCA struggles with trying to reach consumers more effectively, but we definitely sent out the notice of the survey to the licensees. So we got over 650 external stakeholders, which actually is very good. We've got some programs that we're lucky to get 200. So you did a pretty good job. But you do want to keep in mind that with, 38,000 licensees, 650 was not as much. As with every survey, the people with an axe to grind are going to jump right on, and the people who are moderately content are going to let it slide by. But that's a fairly good turnout. And then for the executive officer and staff count, a large majority, 12 out of the 14 people who could have responded did respond. So that's fantastic. And that's another snapshot of where are we now. So as always, when you read the report, you'll see that these are the perceptions and opinions of the people who did the survey at the time that they did the survey. And as we've talked quite a bit, the licensing issues from last graduating season in May and June and the delays that they encountered getting licensed in order to start work in August, potentially, those aren't necessarily relevant now, but we present them because that's the data we had. So next, we're going to look at our vision statement. And again, we are open to revising if you feel like it needs to. The vision statement generally tries to answer what the organization hopes to achieve, who it benefits, and where your organization is headed. It's generally phrased in the future so that you can say this is utopia. So in an ideal vision, every person in California has access to diagnosis and treatment of communication disorders and related services of the highest quality. Does that sound good? You want to maybe My only suggestion was maybe tighten up the ending just to leave it at access to communication-related healthcare. But I do know that you've got, the different professions encompassed in your board, so you may want to leave the related services phrase in there. Any thoughts?
Well, given that related service is the only thing that vaguely even discusses hearing aids, and in a very general way, I mean, you could say communication disorders might be the treatment of that, but that's, I think most people reasonably would look at that and think of speech language and audiology, and they really would think of hearing aids necessarily in that statement.
Right. Okay.
Aren't hearing aids treatment?
As I said, yes, they could be considered that, but I think the general public looking at that wouldn't necessarily come to the conclusion of hearing aids when you see communication disorders. I don't know if people would necessarily think of their hearing loss in the broader sense as a communication disorder. Not saying it's not, I'm just saying that what someone in the general public would come to the conclusion of when they read that.
Right. As a member of the general public for this purpose in your profession, I tend to think communication disorders would be projecting outward and the services might be more inward receiving, like a hearing aid. I could certainly see that.
I don't know if it helps at all, but a lot of times we talk about speech and hearing services so that those that wouldn't understand communication disorders understand what we're talking about, that we're talking about speech and hearing health services.
Right. Anybody have any thoughts on replacing communication disorders with speech and hearing services or health?
Not being a speech language pathologist is speech encompassing enough because
Is it saying speech pathology services, because then that would incorporate swallowing disorders and things like that.
Okay. So speech pathology and hearing health? Would that get to it?
then I feel like it's getting more complicated than just saying communication disorders like everything is.
This is Sarah. Does speech pathology have the hyphen between it, or?
There's a hyphen between, it's usually speech hyphen language pathology.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we wouldn't put it there. We would just remove that. Thank you.
I was going to ask a question. I know, I think we kind of touched on this last time, or maybe a few strategic plans ago, but I wonder if we stuck with what it said and said diagnosis and treatment of communication and hearing disorders, would that cover what we're trying to do? Without having to list every license type in the vision.
I think that's a little more elegant than, and covers, than, yeah.
Yeah. What about the related services? I kind of like that related services in there because it encompasses.
Yes, so I
Right.
was suggesting diagnosis and treatment of communication and hearing aid disorders and related services of the highest quality.
Yeah. And related services. So you want to keep of the highest quality? Is that sort of your aspiration, is to provide these in an excellent manner?
Couldn't we also move highest quality to earlier so that every person in the state of California has access to the highest quality diagnosis and treatment of communication and hearing disorders and related services?
Right.
Sorry, it doesn't make it shorter, but maybe it makes it read better.
Right.
I like that better.
Access to highest quality. So, yeah. We're going to keep the beginning, every person in the state of California.
Yes.
And then has access to. Thank you, Sarah. Access to the highest quality diagnosis and treatment of communication and hearing disorders and related services. That read a little more smoothly and
Yes.
understandably. Seeing some nods. Okay. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. So our goal statements, our goals were defined and we carried these over from last time. They do seem to give your staff guidance. They help the stakeholders understand what all you do. And we'll look at the individual description statements as we go through, but these goal areas, they seem like they encompass everything that you're concerned with. I thought they were pretty appropriate. Licensing, enforcement, outreach and communications, laws and regulations, and program administration. That's pretty good. Okay, wonderful. Great. All right, I'm going to take a second to pass out some packets. And thank you, Sharice.
I know we were going to take one at 11. I take it early.
We can go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be working on for the next few minutes. We're going to be developing objectives. And the objectives are things like, to improve the efficiency of licensing processing, which it sounds like you've already pretty much finished. But, that's the sort of thing an objective might accomplish for you. We hope to get at least around 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. And those are going to be another way of saying where we're going. We're going to be working on these tasks. So as you look through the environmental, we've got the roadmap of where we're going with our processing here. We originally did a meeting with Paul and Sharice, and we sort of set up the customized plan of how we were going to approach this. We did our environmental scan, which was the interviews we did with you all and the surveys for the external stakeholders. We wrote up the report. We got that to you. Today, we're in the middle. We're doing our planning session. We're going to be developing the objectives today. And then after that, we'll move on to stage 4, which is that Tricia and I will be writing up the document that's going to be the proposed plan. Once we get through that, you can approve it at your next board meeting. And then after that, we'll meet with staff members and managers to talk about who's going to do what and what specific tasks are going to be accomplished. So for instance, you don't need to worry about, oh, should we include Spanish language? Oh, should we include, Tagalog? Oh, do we have a niche of licensees or consumers who speak one particular? Oh, do we want to have a sign language interpreter at the meetings? Those are the details that staff can iron out. You're going to be talking about, provide more complete access. That's the sort of general terms that you'll be working with today. So let's see, next slide. So as I stated, the environmental scan is the report that we put together from the survey results. So we talked about what people find are the strengths and weaknesses of the board. We're going to be talking about how they perceive the board's effectiveness. Doesn't necessarily mean it's current. These surveys were done months ago. So people had last year in mind for their licensing, graduating class wait times and things. Keep that in mind. But they are also hopefully going to pull up trends in the way people feel about the profession within each profession of how the board's doing. So that's what we're going to use that report for, is to see, sort of take the temperature of the stakeholders. Next slide. And so this is a little diagram of the SWOT analysis, which is a survey industry term of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So you want to keep up what's going well and seize the opportunities. You want to minimize the weaknesses and get prepared for any upcoming threats in the world politics or global changes coming. So, these things hopefully will help put in context some of the comments that we got. And next slide. Some of the DEI questions that we're going to sort of keep in the back of our mind, given this training that we just got. how are we hearing all the different perspectives about things like access to the profession? Are we hearing all the different perspectives, or are we just listening to the voices in the room right now? Are there any unnecessary requirements that, if you've only got 2 audiology programs operating in the state, but they both happen to be in elite private schools, is that accidentally cutting out people who might want to do a program through a public university that they could afford more readily? Is there something the board could do to establish a program in a more affordable way? Those sorts of things. What sorts of things can we do to improve outreach and connection to everyone in California, rural and urban, languages, cultures? And then just generally furthering equal access to opportunities in the profession. And receiving services from the professions. So those are the sorts of things we kind of would like for you to keep in mind as you go forward. So the roles and responsibilities for today's session, we're going to just make sure that you realize that this is going to set your direction for the next 5 years or 4 or 5 years. So it's up to you to speak up if you have something that's burning in your mind. Consumer protection is always DCA's mandate. We will always get comments from people saying, oh, you should lower your fees. Oh, you should advocate for the profession. That's nice, but when we get down to brass tacks, it's going to be consumer protection is our first mandate. So keep that in mind before you get too expansive. And also keep in mind the staff resources. It would be fantastic if we could translate into the top 20 languages used in California. It may not be possible. So that's one of the reasons that Paul and Charisse are going to be here as sort of moderating influences, possibly as suggestions come up and say, oh, and our legal counsel as well, that's not within our authority, or, that's really not practical within the scope of the employees that we have right now. So be bold, but don't go too far overboard, and be ready to have some pushback if you suggest something that's really wild. All right, next slide. So we're counting on you for your expertise in your profession. I'm not involved in any of the professions that we're talking about today, so we're going to rely on you. Hopefully you had time to make some notes in the objective workbook or in this environmental scan document that you got and read, brainstorming notes. That would be very helpful. And then ideas that came up in sunset review. Those are certainly prime items to take into consideration as we move forward. And in your next sunset, they'll take a look at your strategic plan and see if you did any of the stuff that you promised you'll do. So there's that. Next slide. So as we go through the goal areas, again, 3 to 6 objectives is a nice manageable number. We're going to ask for not the wordsmithing that we used to do. I'm not sure how many of you have done strategic planning with DCA before, but we used to ask you to write out the exact phrasing of the objective, and people got very bogged down with the phrasing. So now we just ask you to tell us, what's the issue? Why do we need to fix it or start tackling it? How is the board maybe able to do this? And what's the desired outcome? Is it, further dialogue and more attendees at public meetings? Is it, whatever your desired outcome might be? That's what we want to nail down. Afterwards, Tricia and I will come up with the wordsmithing of, which exact adjective to use and which exact verb to use, that sort of thing. The last thing that I wanted to make sure that we mention is we work with SMARTY objectives, and you may have heard of SMART goals or objectives, but now we're adding inclusiveness and equity. So they're SMARTY now. So is it specific enough that we know what needs to be done? Is it measurable? It's not just more outreach. Is it actionable? Is it realistic? Is it time-based, like within this range of the strategic plan that we're building? Is it inclusive and considering everyone? And is it equitable that it's creating pathways? So those are the sort of checklist in the back of your mind also. And I'm going to give you a handout that you can sort of leave at the side of your desk to remind you of this. Next slide. And as an example of how we would want something to be a SMARTY goal or an example would be, okay, some imaginary board said that, oh, we've got untrained staff and nobody really knows that they're the clear policies and procedures because none of it's written down. Why would we address it? Oh, because there's inconsistent interpretation when people go through the enforcement cases. Some people are getting cited for things that other people let slide. That's not right. How are we going to solve it? Well, we can map out the processes and write everything down and then do a big staff training so everyone's on the same page, all the enforcement staff. And the outcome will be clear policies. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's giving consistent interpretation. Those things are specific, they're measurable, they're action words, realistic, time-based, inclusive, equitable. So those are the ideals. So as I said, I'm going to pass packets out for you to use and work with. You've got those. So the red and the green index cards, if we get into a long discussion and you think, I'm ready to move on, hold up your green card. If you've got something else you really wanted to contribute and you're not ready to move on, hold up your red card and I'll take a look and say, you know, maybe we should keep on this for a minute. Make sure everyone got heard. So that's what we'll do. So our first goal area, well, do we have any questions? Yeah.
I'd like to propose that we take a break before we delve further into the conversation, if that is okay?
That's fantastic.
Okay,
How long would you like to take?
10, 15 minutes. What do you prefer? 15? 10? Okay, 10. We'll take a 10-minute break.
All
if
right,
that's okay.
fantastic. 10
Okay.
minutes. And Sarah can note on the slide when we'll return. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the first of our goal areas is licensing. First off, I'd like to go ahead and take a look at the description of what the unit does to make sure that that is as accurate. Did you need to do a quorum count again or? Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. So as a part of licensing, the board ensures licensing standards that protect consumers while permitting reasonable access into the professions. Any edits you'd like to suggest? Does that seem like it encompasses everything the licensing unit does? Okay. All right. So we do have, I wanted to go ahead and let you know that there were strengths that were found in the survey results. People definitely appreciated having online services, applications, renewals, and payments. That was extremely welcome. Some of the people mentioned that it was good that people have access to the staff. Some of the internal people mentioned it was a big victory to gain additional staff. And I agree, that's a big victory. The quality and knowledge of the staff members, communication was a great thing. People appreciate renewal reminders. And I can certainly attest to some of the other clients I've worked with who don't send those. It's a really good thing. It's very easy to forget your renewal date. So communicating updates, especially via the email list, is fantastic. And people appreciate that the board maintains high standards. There's always a push and pull between opening up more access to the profession without diluting your standards. So people do appreciate that. Some of the opportunities in the outside world that people feel that might be of interest to the board would be expanding some license types so that there are mid-level licenses available to people. Expanding access to education, both establishing more programs throughout the state and more seats in the programs, expanding telehealth and some of the controls around that. There are often mentions of the interstate compact and reciprocity. And there is a prediction of increase in demand for services. Some people mentioned the older generation and the baby boomers getting old enough to need hearing aids, but also speech language needs of children who've been home educated and during the lockdown and things like that, that they might really appreciate and need some more services from this profession. Some of the weaknesses that got cited, and you do have the handout with the weaknesses, and I also included the unnecessary barriers that people suggested. This doesn't mean that they are things that the board needs to address, but they are ideas put forth. Processing time, and we've already talked about how that may already be solved. So that's something to keep in mind as you think about it. Access to and responsiveness from staff. We've heard a little bit about some of the glitches that are in the process of or have been ironed out. There's always requests for more online services. Some of the clarity of language in the application and the clarity of the process one should go through. And of course, lack of staff, especially noted by the staff members themselves, that they are overworked and they really could use a couple more staff members. So given these knowledge points, is there anything anyone would like to propose to start with as far as a licensing objective to work on over the next few years? Any issues need resolving?
Can we talk about online services available? How effective is that now, and can we make that more effective? And is there a budget for? I mean, obviously you have to build online services.
You want me to?
Go ahead, Sharice.
Okay, so when we talk about effectiveness, right now we're seeing that the online services, after a year from implementation, we're seeing a 46% reduction in processing times from what they were in 2022 and a 61% reduction from when they were in 2021. So overall, we're seeing about a 54% reduction in processing times with the new online application system. A lot of that is because there's a lot of process improvements built into the online application system. So we have streamlined processes, built that into that system, and moved from there. When you get to the next part of, could we expand and do we have a budget for that? There is currently not a budget for that. That would be something we would have to seek. The hope is that even though there are tight budget times, that the Department of Technology would continue to get some amount of technology modernization funding, which is kind of like a grant where we had to compete to win it. That is what covered all of our external vendor costs, which made it possible to do our initial online applications. That is one method where budgetary constraints can be alleviated. But do consider, again, you have resource constraints. So are we ready? Can we do it? Do we have enough staffing to do what we do now, but what will that look like? So if we expand it to enforcement, let's say, what that's going to do, just like licensing, we will take a hit in how much longer it takes to do things because the current staff will be the ones implementing that new project without asking for more money.
Yeah, can I add something to that, Sharice? Again, the numbers that Sharice has given you are the numbers that we're being cautious about high-fiving ourselves just yet, but we are seeing improvement. I don't think that we should not look into making these changes or improvements just because we know there's a budget issue, because the budget situation can change. So if the board says, you know what, we want to improve or revamp online services, I think by all means we should look into that. We should make that a goal, and then we can come back and say, you know what, we tried, we pursued it, because that happens. We try to get resources and then we find out that, you know, there's a dead end there. So that's where I think we have to be creative and find different ways to do things, and that's something that we're up to the challenge when it comes to that.
I think that saves on staff, if the online system is functioning and very effective, that should, help on the staffing side. So it's not so much manual labor that has to take place. Then when you do have a staff shortage or, say somebody's moving up or has a promotion, you don't feel that weight on your shoulders like you have in the past.
What's left that you would offer as for online services? What has anyone targeted, actually said, these are the things that we would want to target to include
We're-
for online services that we're not currently doing now?
Well, I think it's easy to say, let's go look at enforcement, but what we're not hearing from people that say we're not getting a response in enforcement. We're hearing from people that say we don't get a response when it comes to licensing. So I think the real issue is getting people in the workforce right away as soon as we can. And that's something, we feel that pain. We're not just saying, you gotta wait weeks to get licensed. We're trying to get people licensed. I mean, we do a bunch of creative things. I mean, I've talked to employers and told them, hey, hold on, we're going through the process. We're getting this person licensed, or they really do have an application, but there's some things that we need to do to ensure that they get licensed, appropriately, things like that. So I think that we probably really do need to focus on licensing and make sure that we have people getting licensed, in a reasonable amount of time. Because even when we look at resources, I just want to bring this up because I've been through several of these projects, and we tend to think that, well, we're going to do this online, it's going to be fewer resources. And the truth of the matter is you require more resources to have an online system. There are efficiencies, John, and you're correct. There are efficiencies. In some areas you need less staff, but in some areas you'll need more staff. The important thing is that there are efficiencies and that those people that are applying are not going to feel the pain that people felt in the past.
So I'm also going to mention that when it comes to licensing, there's the initial part, and then there's what the rest of you have to do every 2 years or every year, right? There's renewals, there's registering your supervisees, changes in supervision.
Exactly.
All these other services that do take up a lot of the board's time that are still all manual. So those are ripe for the picking, as well as I can say that other boards are starting to use the technology we used, and they are doing very well. And they are also potentially looking at renewals as well. So we could see advances because others are going there along the way. So we might be able to also just tack on to other projects if there's a big movement there. So good things could come along the way, even if it's not exactly the plan.
Right. And I was going to mention that some of the requested services to add would be address name change, supervisee paperwork, all those little updates. Those are not included in the big major lift, but they're nice things that people wish we could add. So there are little gaps that could certainly, and I think the information we've captured here, people would like a little more of online, additional payment options possibly. CE tracking was an issue that came up. So, there are little enhancements that could be added. I think it might be worth it. So it sounds like I'm getting some agreement that that's a good area to look at it. It's certainly not committing to doing any of it or implementing it, but taking a good hard look at what we could do to save ourselves.
So John, just to clarify, you're asking about enhancing our online services, right? When it comes to licensing.
Everything we just discussed, I mean, that's all manual labor, and a lot of that should be automated at some point, because that, especially your renewals. I mean, renewals, here's, if you can pay online, you can just boom, boom, boom. And, here's, we did our CUs, here's, documentation, everything could, if it needs to be uploaded. I know right now you don't even, take that, for the at least the Cs for dispensing. I don't think you collect that anymore. But if that could all get uploaded, then that's automated.
Right.
And that just speeds up the process. And then the staffing is, I mean, you're doing more monitoring and calculating than the manual. I got to lick it, stick it, and put it in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in this conversation, we initially started off with the processing times, but I do think focusing, it's clearly says the number of online services. So thank you for clarifying which online services are not available at this point, which items are also done manually. So I think it would be, I guess, respectful knowing that there are staffing limitations, but also having a discussion on what would be more low-hanging fruit. What are things that could be done online that wouldn't take as much person power versus something that's more extensive and elaborate. So I think that would be a discussion that should be initiated on like, okay, what can we do that's pretty quick that will actually, that 80-20 rule, what's going to make the majority of the people happier, right? And make us focus on efficiency and effectiveness as well and meeting in the middle.
Fantastic. I agree. Makes great sense. Okay.
So I have 4 things jotted down for this area, which some are crossover into the other areas. And let me preface it by saying, working in a large government entity myself has really opened my eyes to kind of strategies for communication's sake. And some of this is really, I like to think big and then go down and see where we can actually get. So please take what I'm saying here with that perspective. So access to staff seemed to be a repeated, ongoing ask. I know we have a huge licensing population, and I do feel like the formal board meetings, it's very hard to feel like you have access to ask like the general questions or, hey, I put this in so many months ago and I haven't seen it, or what's the process? How does this work? I don't know if we've ever had or would consider doing like monthly or biweekly listening sessions remotely, like we are right now, where it's not a board meeting, but it's just board staff managed, an hour. You can cut it off. These are our limits so that you don't go on forever and ever. But a recurring, just like office hours, I guess, is how I would think of it. Maybe that would be a way for people to feel like they have more access to getting their questions answered. Alternatively, might help cut down on the phone call and email traffic by having a standing meeting. And then I had a question about what is the current process for monitoring like the email? I mean, I heard earlier the statement about the phones and identifying there was issues with the phone system. So hopefully that is going to be better. But like the group email or the general email, is there a policy like, oh, we expect to get back to you within 48 hours, or who's responsible for responding? Who's the backup to the backup, for responding? What are those types of structures that we have in place to make sure that those communications are being responded to timely? I think the expanding mid-level types, and that was brought up somewhere, of licensing. I know we've talked about expanding licensing to a possible like an audiology assistant type. That's kind of a mid-level license type that I could think of off the top of my head. I don't know if there were other ones from hearing aid dispensing or from speech language pathology to think about, but I think in audiology, that's a potential hole that we could work on. And then my favorite thing to think about is our exam process. I feel like our exam process is so cumbersome. It's cumbersome for the state. It's cumbersome for the candidates, the people applying, to have to travel, to have to get everyone to one place, to have all the examiners there. I wonder if it's possible to think about doing a more of a local model where you have your examiners and they're all trained, just like go through all the training, just like we do already. But maybe it's based on locality. And then as people are passing their written exams, they can sign up for a practical and you're going to their office and they're doing it in the office and you're doing the exam right there. So you're eliminating the need for travel on both ends, and the timing, you're not trying to do them all in bulk. It's just spread out as they're passing and they're signing up. They're not having to find equipment that they can travel with and bring.
I don't know. I think there's an opportunity to really look at the way we're doing our examination too.
So it sounds like you're thinking of reimagining how we would do practical examination.
Well, the structure is there. It's just the offering, right? Like the content is there. So it's not, I'm not necessarily suggesting reimagining from start to finish.
Oh, no. I don't mean like the questions or the scoring or method or anything,
Yeah.
but you mean like
But-
reimagining the logistical part
Correct.
of the exam.
Yes, there were a number of detailed comments about how,
Right.
how it was burdensome.
Can I add to that too? I just want to clarify that we're on number 4, that we're talking about the hearing aid dispensing exam process. And, you know, when you look at this, I agree. You said the word opportunity. And I think that there's an opportunity here because there are so many limitations on this, in this process, some of which we're already working on through regulations. But it may warrant the board just stepping back and saying, let's look at this whole thing. If we were to design it today, how would we design this? We would never design it the way it is today. But we're kind of living with this product that has existed. So that may be something worth thinking about, you know, how looking at this whole process and how could we maybe reimage it and looking at the long term.
And things have changed so much with the universities as well. Now you've got 4 public universities in 4 different areas of the state that have invested in huge amounts of equipment. That's one of the big barriers is every single season, every time there's a new exam, everybody's hunting for portable audiometers. It is a madhouse, and that is one of the huge barriers to the exam. All of the universities already have all of this equipment in place. They have the classrooms, they have the space, they have everything that is needed in terms of equipment. Why can't they be used?
Absolutely.
And they're spread out.
Well, the hard part about that would be the person walking in and knowing how to use that specific piece of equipment when they walk in.
Right.
Right, because there's umpteen different kinds of audiometers out there that people use, you know, and come in with some of them that are,
That's true.
you know, 25 years old that they're still lugging in, you know. So yeah, that would be difficult.
That and the
That's
board not having the authority to like tell the university, hey, I need you to have your security there and open up the building and let us do the things. And, you know,
And just to, point out, there would be costs, logistics, contracts. So not saying that it's not possible, but if we were to reevaluate and reimagine and assess the feasibility of that, that could be something that could be looked at. And then the board could, we could take a look and say, okay, this does seem better, this doesn't, here's the pros and cons. So even just evaluating that.
But even looking at that differently than the private practice, going in there, you'd have even larger liability issues with the business rather than a public space.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's going to come down to manpower though, right? I mean, like, you barely scrape together enough people to do a test. And how many more people would you need to have as examiners to be able to do it in that sort of a spread out way? I certainly think that the system can be updated and modified, but that's always, we just have to recognize the reality that anything like that requires a number of people to be able to initiate it, and that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and I think it'd be worth thinking about though, because I know you and I both used to do the exams all the time together, proctor the exams all the time. So I think part of the challenge is finding all the people that can go on the same week, that are available at the same time. Whereas if we're doing them as one-offs and, I'm just going to go do this one sometime this week after work or, such and such time, it's not such a commitment on the part of the examiner too. So anyway, just thoughts.
And it's going to come down to compensation too, right? Because a lot of people don't want to spend their whole day for,
I think you can open up a giant pool of professionals if you said there's a credit to your annual license. There's something that is offered per,
do that already though. They already give continuing ed hours if they're examiners. That's
Right.
that's something that's already available.
continuing ed, but what is it costing us to fly all the proctors up, put them up for the night, put them up for 1 or 2 nights, pay them $100 versus, hey, we'll give you some credit if, per exam that you're doing, you get some credit towards your licensing, whatever it might be.
Yep.
And
Taking the
save
travel
state money.
component out of it certainly
That's right.
might
That's right.
reduce that significant barrier to a lot of people.
And
I think
these
it's a fun
sorts-
project.
Right, and these sorts of details about the project are probably not your problem at all, but just the we want to make sure that we address the concept of these
I was just gonna
logistics
say, that's my problem.
could be refined and examined and probably improved. So, I think we've got enough detail for an objective.
Yeah.
I don't want to get you lost in the weeds, but that's the staff's problem too.
She's throwing up a red card.
Thanks, Dr.
Green
White.
card is moving on. Red card is stopping.
Oh. Yeah, green cards.
Green card.
Let's hop backwards and check the first set. So I think we had a good discussion of the online services concept, and let's identify some of the low-hanging fruit so that we can take care of that perhaps. Access to staff, the listening sessions, is there like maybe a way of just offering engagement opportunities? You could phrase it in a big way, that way staff can figure out exactly how. Is what we've got here representative that you wanted to give? I guess how the board can address it would be perhaps build engagement or build, facilitate opportunities. And then the staff can run with that.
Are you going to move these in and out of the categories? Like if this one falls into outreach and communication, are we going to do that now, or are we just going to kind of brainstorm right now?
I think, Paul, because I noticed like access to staff and responsiveness is in like multiples of the
Right,
goals.
right.
So we could just copy and paste.
Say copy and paste is a wonderful thing.
These listening sessions might be targeted towards future applicants.
Right.
Publicize it at the colleges and things like that. This is going to be about how to apply for a license. We'll do another listening session for what to do if you have a complaint. We'll do a different listening session for other things, but this would be more license targeted. So if you're open to that, if you want to do a big,
Well, the
time
reason I'm
span.
asking is because it seems like outreach and communication would kind of cover a lot of these areas. And then that would maybe allow us to focus on some licensing specific goals. So I think there's some things that we still haven't maybe talked about and we
Okay.
haven't heard from all the other board members.
right. Yeah, I'm absolutely happy to,
Okay.
put a note at the bottom or something of, possibly copy this to outreach.
If I could just bring something up, one thing that has been talked about is, where was it here? I think there's a weakness in people understanding the clarity of the application and process. And that's something we've talked about in the past. Again, resources have kind of restricted us, but it doesn't seem that difficult for us to put together some type of tutorial or something to help people use, video, whatever method we have, media, some type of media to get it out to people and help them understand.
I love that. And even just like a workflow map, because right now, if I recall correctly, we have we just have all these forms there. And if it was like a start here for hearing aid dispensing or audiology or speech language pathology, and it just had the workflow map with like the different forms that you need and what the process steps are, something of that nature.
So that's where I was hoping to go with the clarity of the application process. Video tutorials, I have concerns about because as soon as you make them, you change something and you got to remake your video. But infographics, flow charts, things that are specific to each app license type and then each application type that kind of detail, because we get the question often. And while it may seem obvious to us as staff, and that it's somehow in the checklist and it's in the description, it's not always, right? So I'm a speech language pathologist, or I want to be a speech language pathologist. Well, which one of these 5 categories is how I get there? Oh, well, they don't understand that RPE, required professional experience, is their clinical fellowship. Oh, okay, do I need to complete that? Okay, this is the license type for me. Okay, now I've done that, where do I go next? So even making the graphics, the visuals, handout's the wrong word, but those kind of materials they can look up really quick and then go, oh, okay, if if I'm here, I should be application type number 1. Oh, just kidding. I came from out of state and I have my triple Cs. I belong over here. I was educated outside of the United States and I need my curriculum verified. I go down here. And then once you're there, an infographic of how is this application going to proceed? Because many of them will, again, this is the access to staff. I called because I submitted my application 2 months ago. Well, you actually logged on for the first time 2 months ago, and your application has to go to your supervisor and then your university's program director to verify your clinical hours. And so took a month to do the first one, the other one took 2 months to do it, and now it's finally at this spot. So yeah, you just signed your application yesterday, so your application was received yesterday. And that sort of infographic that says, where are you at? When is my application submitted? What other steps are in the middle? What other forms might I need? As simple as having a handout that says, this is your supervisor name, supervisor email, and then your training program director. What does that mean? We get some people that put the supervisor in both slots and then can't figure out why they've not heard anything about their application. And it's because their supervisor hasn't been willing to sign the training program director form, rightfully so, but somehow the communication never got back like, hey, you put me in the wrong spot. Can you fix that?
Yeah.
Clarification in
clarity.
general, absolutely.
And then use all that collateral at the office hours.
Absolutely. So we actually, we have troubleshooting all the time. So I also help with troubleshooting and taking care of these things because we're a small board. So I see it as well. I see it often. When things get prompted up and I haven't heard from the board in months. Usually it's okay, let's look at your application and find what error is in it that has caused this delay. And so if we could help put that out for them in the first place, and then, if training program directors would like to take that form and put their name and email in it, so then their students just have to fill in the supervisor part and then put it in online. Ta-da. I mean, there's ways I think we can do it. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Right. So that could be a project for over the next 4 years or so. That sounds fantastic.
And since we're on wish lists, it may be something like, and I hate to use FedEx as an example, but tracking a shipment, something along the lines of tracking your application, where they could go online, log into their account, and they could see where the process is.
That might be an online feature.
I do love your idea. It is not possible with the current system. So what staff has done is to create an infographic of the stages, and then they get an email after they move to one stage to the next. Your application is moved from this step to the next step. What they don't have is a roadmap of what are those steps, what's included, and what does it mean? So I think considering the limit, right? So the system has to be done this certain way. Is there a way to embed more of that communication in? And then also have those roadmaps so they know, oh, okay, I'm here. What am I waiting on this for? What might the board be waiting on in the meantime? Because it's not uncommon to say, oh, I don't understand why it hasn't been approved yet, and we're still waiting for fingerprints because you never actually went and got live scanned. You printed out the form and you signed your name on it, and that's great, and you emailed it back to us, and that's nice, but you never actually went and live scanned. So you just got to go do that, and we can approve you. So there's different ways to tell them okay, we're waiting on this. Did you make sure you did this? Make sure this is done. And maybe those graphics can include all of the names we've baked into the process in hopes that this would guide them along the way.
Exactly. And those are action planning steps that we'll definitely hit, but not your concern to get all the wrinkles, but just to examine. Absolutely. So Amy, you got your 4, right? Okay. And then did anybody else have any other topics or?
I think there's a big, I want to make sure that we heard from all the board members before I go into my next one.
Right.
But
Okay.
anybody
but
have anything else?
Tricia reminded me of the mid-level licensing types. Did we get that?
I like that access to staff, having some type of forum where members, of the public or even the licensees can have an opportunity to ask the staff, right? So I don't know if this is something that would just be pushed out where it's more one-way communication, but I propose something that could be more two-way, live. if it's just, you know, 45 or 30-minute, ask the staff once a month, any questions that people may have. I know that's probably kind of a short amount of time, but at least they'll feel like there's an opportunity or a time where they have access to the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have chat online?
Online chat
Yeah, do you have online chat?
for the website?
Oh, we do not. We are on so fun for the
No,
outreach.
we just have email.
Yeah, we just have email. We are on the old website platform as well, so we are not even on the new DCA website platform, and I don't know enough about the new DCA website platform to say whether or not there's a chat feature involved or a chat bot or anything like that. I would guess there are other boards that are more advanced that may be looking into it, but I don't know if that's even a thing yet for DCA's websites. The new ones, we're still on the old one, by the way. Details.
So it looks like the mid-level license types. So we acknowledge there is a potential hole in the profession that could be filled by, and some of the comments that we got in this survey were that, you know, there's no easy way to level up in the profession I think for audiologists largely because, you know, either you need your doctorate or you don't, you have it or you don't. So is there anything that somebody with a bachelor's could begin to do while they save up to get their master's and then move on? So what would that look like what would you end up as a board wanting to either explore or push legislation to create a new license type? Or is there an appetite for that on your side?
What happened to the master's program?
Well, those are gone because the AUDs are required.
Right.
Yeah, there's no more master's program that's national.
So is that the mid-level that people are asking about?
No, I think they're asking about, because right now you go to your undergraduate program, you say, gosh, I want to be an audiologist. So you get your bachelor's degree and maybe you didn't do so great, or you can't afford or don't want to move to an AUD program because they're not prolific. They're not everywhere by any stretch. And so what do you do with that bachelor's degree? Or while you're trying to decide, is this really what you want to go dedicate another 4 years to get your doctoral degree?
Right.
There's nothing there except to go down the dispensing path, which in my experience, you know, is something I've pushed students to. But hearing aid dispensing isn't the same as being in an audiology office and having that same scope and doing things like assisting with vestibular testing and electrophysiologic testing and things that audiology assistants potentially could be doing. So other states have programs. I think, you know, Dr. Raggio and I looked into this quite a bit last year. And there's interest. There's interest was expressed from some of the junior colleges that offer like the SLIPA programs, that they would have an interest in offering an educational pathway for assistants. But there's a number of hurdles. And I think it was determined, Paul or Sharice, you have to correct me, but it was the legislative piece of this would be pretty massive. And there was a recommendation to kind of wait for a different time, I want to say.
So I would tell you that the legislative process is called a sunrise application, and you are going to have to tell the legislature and convince them of the necessity of this addition. For the consumer, for all of the other things, is the educational system ready? It's an application process to essentially say, are you ready? Interestingly, it's not something that was around forever ago. So I don't know that the SLIPA process took the same route, but that is one of the things that would be asking necessity. What's the urgency to regulate this? Why do we need to add this? And is the educational components all ready to do so? And so I think we would have to put a big concerted effort on the board if we were going to submit a sunrise application.
And I believe there is absolutely a necessity for this. During the period where there was no AUD program in California, all of a sudden physicians just started hiring untrained, uneducated individuals with no licensure or regulation of any kind to start performing audiometric evaluations, vestibular evaluations, and they still continue to do so under the supervision of a physician who may or not even be in the building, let alone, and they're definitely not in the room or even in monitoring anything that that individual is doing to that patient. And so the necessity in consumer protection specifically is there.
Do you understand with that in mind, you're also going to have to talk about what to do with all of those folks? That
I don't know, we probably don't have the authority to talk about what to do. with
Well,
those folks.
that's where the, anytime you're going to say, if you do these specific services, you would need to either be a blank licensed by us and have a carve out for that. Or if you're trying to go for not even allowing that, then how do we make those people licensed by us? So just know the legislature is going to make you consider all of the options. So just like when SLPAs became a license with speech language pathology assistants, I'm sorry for the jargon, when they became a license type, we had already had speech aids, right? We had speech pathology aids. And the part of the legislation had to include how do those people that have been a speech aid for a long time become part of the SLPA population, since they've been doing some of the similar work and deserve a pathway into there without having to go and get that education. And so just be understanding that there might be that avenue and that we have to cover all of the bases in that Sunrise application and start developing those relationships with universities or colleges that are ready and willing to do these kind of things.
And are we going to have any feedback from the physicians who then just believe that it's their ability and authority to be able to have anyone who works for them be able to do anything they want them to do
And you may not be able to
without
tackle that,
regulation?
just
Right.
FYI.
And I think we're getting like really into the weeds with this, but I do think that there is an opportunity here because there's an area right now of focus with workforce development in California. And I think that this is one of those areas where there's a gap. So I think that we should be looking at this type of workforce development and even looking at speech language pathology, because as long as I've been with the board, that's the one glaring need I always hear about in school districts. We need more speech therapists to work with the kids. And, people get creative and they try to meet this need through sometimes unlicensed practice. So there definitely is a shortage and we're sensitive to that. I don't know exactly, again, I don't want to get too much into the weeds with this. I don't know what the board can do. I mean, we can't open up our own university and create a master's program, but to the extent that the board can promote this and help, I think that's something that we might want to look at focusing on.
Exactly. Great. Yeah. Nice summary of not getting too far into the weeds.
I don't know if it should go under licensing, but the whole interstate compact thing, which I know we've talked about a few times as a board and been looking into. I don't know if that was in this area or a different area, but certainly something to consider.
It's in licensing, definitely. So, I mean, have you issued a report of any kind in the past of whether you should join the interstate compact or start a new standard for multi-state license?
We had the Interstate Compact group come and speak to us at a board meeting where we discussed potential pros and cons and pitfalls and funding, and then also the cost to the board of participation in it, which would not be covered, of course. But at that time, the compact wasn't in effect. It was still preliminary, if I remember. It was still early. So I don't know that they were actually operational. I think they have to get so many members before they become operational. And at that time, they were getting their last member through, something like that.
So it might
It's
be
in a
some-
meeting minutes somewhere.
it
But
might
we
be
have,
something to revisit.
it was something we can revisit, absolutely, because we have not issued any statement. At that time, it was informational.
Okay. Sound like reasonable, revisit it. All right, good, great. What would benefit be? Possibly increasing the workforce in California if people come in from other states.
That and reducing licensing licensing barriers. And, well, no, not really. Wouldn't reduce time.
I don't know that it would reduce time because it's going to put efforts on us to do other things for the compact to verify. So just all things take effort. What it would do was make more avenues for others licensed outside of the state to maybe not apply with us, but there still would need to be checks, and then there would be the enforcement side. So,
And if I remember correctly, part of the discussion was the impact of that on teleservices. Yeah.
Right, maybe in column 3, Tricia. explore impact on teleservice. All right. Were there any other licensing issues that you think the board might want to tackle over the next few years?
Just looking at our list, did we remove those last two items we talked about?
Which,
I see number 5 and number 6.
the materials to explain the
No,
licensing?
we had something about mid-level licensing. Okay,
Oh, yes.
got it. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah, so we have 6 total so far. I mean, as you all know, limited staff, limited resources, but is there anything else that you think is important to add to the strategic plan as far as an issue to tackle? Might wrap up licensing. We feel comfortable moving on? Green, moving on?
Should I, at this point, ask the moderator to open up for public comment?
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Moderator, would you please open for public comment if there are any public members on the call?
All right, this is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. You feel up to rolling into enforcement?
Mhm.
All right, fantastic. I will pass this along and you'll be treated to Trish's presentation now.
A quick question. Did we go over the external threats to licensing?
We did not specifically. Is there something that you feel you see there that is important to you to include?
I just want to throw it out as, I think, especially if we got a 4-year plan here, we really need to address the over-the-counter hearing aids. I don't know even how to start that conversation, but it doesn't seem to be terribly effective, but as consumers go, I don't know if there's more awareness that we need to bring. So I don't know if, does this really fall under licensing? I don't think it does. I think it falls elsewhere.
It might
Paul?
be.
Yeah, it may fall under enforcement if you're
I think
talking about.
Maybe more enforcement. Yeah, yeah.
If
We'll get back to that.
Or even laws and regulations, if you want to fine tune the regulations that
Yeah,
exist.
that's really.
I
not under
don't think we can
licensing.
do as much in the laws and regulations just due to the federal part, but
Right.
actually in the outreach and education
Yeah.
section, even having materials online that when people Google over-the-counter hearing aid or something like that, and maybe a pamphlet from us about over-the-counter hearing aids
Very good.
and is it right for you, information on that, maybe something along those lines.
I think we can look at both of those areas when we talk
Thank
about
you.
over-the-counter hearing aids.
Thank you.
It's under enforcement. City enforcement.
The placeholder.
All right, so we'll move on to enforcement. And let's just start with taking a look at what the board has as a definition for enforcement. So the health and safety of California's consumers is protected through the active enforcement of the laws and regulations governing the practice of speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensing. Does that sound like a good description of enforcement? Are people happy with that?
When random staff part, just a thought, but we talk about health and safety, but a lot of times, if we're getting complaints about refunds, and those kind of issues, is that something we should also speak to here? Or it's part of health and safety, so it's okay, but I think, the protecting consumers from fraudulent behavior, or, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's all encompassing, so it's fine, but.
Want to call it like health and welfare? Or well-being? Would that be a phrase that might encompass the fiscal portion?
Well, I think when we talk about fraud or those types of areas, we are talking about protecting the health and safety. So I do think it's kind of encompassing. Is that what you're referring to? Is it in health and safety?
Because oftentimes it's not about, someone hurt my ear. But maybe it is encompassed in safety, and that's where, or it's your financial health, I guess. So
The definition of welfare is the health, happiness, and fortunes of a person or group.
oh, well, there you go. Never mind.
All right, so do we want to change safety to welfare? Or just leave it at safety?
Another way to look at it is maybe if we feel like health and safety are limiting, if we just said California consumers are protected through the effective enforcement of laws, and then we're focusing on how we're protecting them. Because health and safety is pretty broad, and we don't protect them in all aspects of health and safety. It's really just in relation to our laws.
We don't have to specify exactly what we're protecting. We're just.
Right.
Okay, so we just get rid of that first part that Ann highlighted, and it starts with California's consumers are protected through the active enforcement. All right, is that better? I'm seeing nodding heads. Oh,
I do. I like it better just because it gives us more focus on
sure.
by removing that.
Are there people good with that? Okay, so we'll move on to the slide stating the strengths. All right, so starting with the strengths in enforcement, staff work, you have effort, intent, and quality, communications, information availability, strong disciplinary actions taken, processes are in place, renewal reminders, updates, maintaining high standards, and then external opportunities, mid-level license types, expanding access to education, programs and seats, telehealth expansion, interstate compact reciprocity, and increase in demand for services. So those are opportunities, strengths, and then we'll look at weaknesses
And as a quick note, the opportunities are not goal specific. That portion of the slide will stay the same through all because we asked in the survey overall opportunities.
Thank you, Ann. All right, so weaknesses enforcement, access to staff, responsiveness to questions, reliance on third parties, desire for more enforcement, little help with employer issues, including school caseloads and scope. And then should I just not read the external threats? Yeah, we'll just.
Actually, I have a quick question. What do they mean by reliance upon third parties? What does that mean?
That's like when a case gets referred to the AG, the Attorney General, or DOJ, that sometimes bogs the process down.
There was also comments related to the external subject matter experts and evaluators.
And the other player is the Division of Investigation. Because our investigations are prioritized and all of DCA's boards go to the same law enforcement arm. So we could be dropped to the lower end of that priority list.
So it's just having to wait for that to run its course.
Yes.
Okay.
So
But as
what's
a
the
board, do we
alternative?
have-
We just say, okay, well, we'll be judge, jury, and executioner. I mean, we kind
No,
of
we
have to go through that process.
we just
right?
have to go through the process.
There's no way, is there any way to, there's no way to make that more efficient then because you're all going to the same pot.
Right, that's correct.
Any other questions on the eternal weaknesses? All right. So does anyone have an issue or topic to address in the area of enforcement?
I do have a question regarding the external stakeholders expressing a general desire for more and stronger enforcement. Were there any comments on what's the expectation? Do they want more revocations? Is like suspensions? What are they?
I can go ahead.
Yeah.
So some of the threads, because I had the raw data. So some of it's talking about corporate violations of the Moscone Knox professional corporations and complaints related to that and how things are structured. Some were about regional center issues, and then others were about supervision complaint issues and that issue right there. And then the two other comments that aren't related to yours, but that were in there that was a little more specific is that they want easier ways to submit their complaints and they want to be better informed about the actual legal requirements or the Practice Act of what are their responsibilities in order to not violate them. Those are kind of a couple comments that I pulled out from the raw data for you guys. But it was interesting to hear it more about supervision issues and the corporate.
With the supervision issues, they're saying, one, are supervisors looked at more closely because they're doing something? I mean,
Actually, interestingly, they were more about people going unsupervised and then the concern that complaints weren't being addressed. Obviously, we can't speak to specific complaints out in public, but oftentimes complaints take a while to investigate. And so that may also lead to the few comments that I could see. Some identified one that's why I can say that. But that sort of issue of when you complain, where does it go and what's going on? So they also don't get any email about where they are in the process and what's going on. It's just kind of to them in the black hole of enforcement. I submitted my complaint, no one ever did anything. Well, we might actually be middle of a very long and deep investigation of a location and their practices, but no one will know that till the end. And of course, that means involved division of investigations. That means we're doing all these other steps and they're not aware of it. So that becomes part of it.
And that's all our board staffing doing the investigation, correct?
There's an internal part of our investigation, and if it needs to go to a law enforcement, it's going to Division of Investigation. So, Paul can better explain that part, but essentially when we need people to go out and get a bunch of records and take sworn statements and things like that, to my understanding, that all needs to go to Division of Investigation. The hard part of that being is we're in line with everyone else from DCA, and obviously our licensees don't cut off the wrong limb or maim someone's body or operate under the influence in an operating room. So sometimes our complaints are a little lag time to get to them.
Yeah, it does take time. And I worked at another board where we did have some higher priority cases and they take time. So unfortunately, that's what happens. Typical scenario would be someone looking to obtain full licensure also, or looking to get the RPE licensure. And they decide, I'm just going to jump right in and start working even before I get it approved. And then we investigate. By the time we investigate, now they're already licensed. So, I do think that the board would probably have a problem knowing that someone just decided, I don't like your rules, I'm just going to do it on my own. So those kinds of things happen. And by the time we get out there to investigate, it takes time. The complainant may not know that we're in the process of investigating it. It happens with hearing aids too. We find out someone is visiting retirement centers and they're not licensed. So we have to go out and investigate it. It takes time to get somebody to go to that Southern California location, and but we do catch up, and you'll see them actually in some of our closed cases and revocations. You'll see that we have investigated. It just takes time to do that.
Okay, so it sounds like I've heard twice now that it might be helpful to have or improve communication with the complainants. Maybe is that an issue that the board would like to address?
it doesn't sound like we can communicate with them because if it's a full investigation, we can't tell them that, right? So what kind of communication can you really have with them if, other than to acknowledge that they've been heard?
I mean, I think Todd's onto something there because we communicate with them right away. We let them know. We acknowledge that we're investigating. Sometimes, people will call us and they want us to keep them informed. They watch TV and they think you're going to go out there and tell them, here's where we are with the case. This is an update, and we don't do that. We actually carry on with the investigation, and then we inform them at the end of the outcome.
In the dream world of mine, have like a ticketing system. You know, you put in your complaint, like a leaf system. You get your ticket, you know, here's your ticket number, and then you just get those automatic updates as it moves through the process. This was received, this is currently open, this has been closed, and it's as simple as that. It's not detailed and potentially, or even just some feedback emails that are very generalized, like, I made a complaint about an advertisement. Okay, so then the response is, great, thank you for, you know, we've received that. And generally, complaints of this type are managed, you know, in these ways, like these are the outcomes generally. And it's not specific to that case. It's not saying that's what's happening. It's just giving that blurb of this is what typically happens. So the person complaining isn't expecting to see what they think is a correct outcome versus, you know, what actually happened. I think a lot of it is just a misunderstanding of what the actual ability of the board is to have repercussions for some of these things. They're so minor that there's just not a lot of action that can be taken. So even just a reminder of kind of categories. I don't know if we have it divided that way, probably in our.
And is there a place where it puts in the finalization of it at the end?
Right, it's been
This is
closed.
complete. We could not proceed because of this.
Don't
or
even.
This, when it's finished, in whatever manner it's been finished in, is there a communication from us to say that it is over?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always send a closure letter.
Oh, perfect.
And then I just want to clarify, Sharice, on these specific comments, because we know that a lot of licensing comments kind of seeped over into these areas. Were these specifically enforcement, or how many of them were enforcement?
No, am I on? Only a couple were actually about enforcement. So most of
Oh.
the responsiveness and communication is about licensing, or even if you can't answer my licensing questions, how could you be doing well in enforcement? So I mean, like some of that level of sarcasm. But there were a few that were related to enforcement about closure, and where they are in the process. So that whole feeling of I was in the dark cavern and I submitted my complaint and nobody knows where it's at. And so in my mind, again, I'm sorry, I'm going to reference the online licensing. If I had submitted it and then it gave me an email that described the process, and where you're at, and then you'll get emails as it progresses, within the appropriate range of what the board should be saying, obviously. And then, you know, that way you know where you're at. And here's the next steps. And that, yes, I will get an email about when I change steps. And of course, then you'll also get the closure, which you always get. But oftentimes, I think they are expecting that we are lickety split going to go out to that location. We're going to take care of it within the week. And that is not exactly how enforcement works. So again, giving that, better informing them of the process, and then also business modernization wise, how can we streamline that process? So I can add my stuff later, but that would be part of this is improving that communication with what we have now and in preparation for the future.
And that's what I think those comments are really just about being heard. We just want to make sure we're being heard and that we're not going through the effort of doing a complaint, for example, and then it's just going into the black hole and I never know what's happening. So.
And then it's being taken
communication piece.
seriously.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, considering it's our highest priority, I think it's important. And, you know, maybe to explore what best practices are in notifying people, even if we're sending them a letter saying, we're still looking into this, you know, hang on, or something along those lines.
I think in today's world, I think it's real important that we do that because, you know, you watch on television too many times.
Right.
Somebody ran into the Walmart, ran out with and there's no law enforcement. They won't even chase them. And so people have that mindset of they're not going to do anything about it.
Right.
And we don't want our board to be that way. We want to make sure that they feel like we've done something and this is what we're doing. And here's a process. So.
And let them know what we have done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to promote, you know, the mindset of, you know, see something, say something, right? We're here to protect the consumers and they're out there doing the same, trying to do the same, right?
All right, thank you. Any other ideas for objectives and enforcement?
I have a question about the little help with employer issues, including school caseloads. My audiology mind went right to hearing aids and all that stuff, but I don't understand the employer issue with the schools.
I mean, I would imagine it's like nursing, right? Where, so the comments I had was, excuse me, were there studies or recommendations from professional organizations on caseload for speech language pathologists? If so, you know, could the board look at those and see if it's reasonable to make a recommendation? I don't know that the board can do anything, you know, and Sheree's shaking her head at me.
Well, yeah, the reason she is because of jurisdiction.
Yeah.
As most of you know, you can work in a school district without a license as long as you're credentialed. Some require both a credential and a license, but the issues that we've had come up for years have been what the ed code requirements are as far as caseload and what school districts are imposing on not just SLPs, but SLP assistants and how that's overburdening them. And, you know, that's where it's difficult for us because we don't have any authority to enforce.
So this is a state organization topic in reality, right?
I would suggest so. The only thing that I got from the comments that we might be able to do is to create information about what we can regulate. Important issues about, you know, distinctions between what a speech aid can do versus a speech language pathology assistant. What the speech language pathology assistant is not allowed to do, and having that clearly on our website. So when school districts, if they ever take the time, go look at it, they would see, oh, wait, I can't ask my speech language pathology assistants to do that because it's outside of their scope. So potentially those are some ways of where, and I hesitate because it might be more in the outreach and communication end, but clarifying those things might help those that work in schools to clearly point to, no, this is the law I have to abide by, and therefore I can't do this, or I have to be doing this, or it's my responsibility to blah, 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 might help. But again, yeah, outside of our jurisdiction is the ed code and school boards and school districts and how they operate. So that's always a stickier one. And some of the employer issues were more about caseload. So that's definitely outside of our jurisdiction as well.
And maybe it's just education on that, because one area we have to really be careful of, and this is an area that we've struggled with in the past, is we want to be friendly and put job aids out there and educate people. But once we start doing that, we start interpreting what they can or cannot do. Now we're going into some type of underground regulation. We're saying, and I'm sure the attorneys would probably agree with that because they always tell me, be careful with underground regulations. We start saying, well, a speech language pathologist can do this, but not this. Those things need to be established in regs probably. So we have to just got to walk that fine line.
Is it something that staff can do by putting together maybe some resources that these school therapists could reach out to if they're finding out like their work environment is not as such as they want or allowed or what was explained to them? I don't know, like just not giving them the direction, but just say, hey, for more information, look at these websites or reach out to those organizations.
Yeah, I think that's something that would probably be helpful, educational. I think most of them know that, but I do think it would probably be a good idea.
Well, and you'd be amazed how many we have redirected from email to go over to their professional association that represents them and their professional services division, and none of them thought to go there. So we do it by email and via phone often, but maybe even putting those on the website. You know, this is outside the board's jurisdiction, or if you need additional guidance, please go to these resources.
There's always a percentage of people that don't know the difference between the association and the board.
Just so you're aware, all throughout comments, there's a lack of understanding of what is the board versus CASHA versus ASHA versus CAA, AAA, HHP, and IHS. I mean, understanding that we're not the association and that we can't advocate for you on your professional issues unless it has a consumer protection aspect, then that's an issue. And so, sorry to talk about goal 3, but I think that's one of the areas that definitely could be improved, and helping and even putting it publicly on our website. You know, oh, if you have this issue, here's some resources to contact, because hint, hint, it can't be us.
Yeah, exactly. Like anticipating that informational need, right? And having that resource
Yeah.
that they can click on or and utilize. Yeah.
I have a question for the moderators. We're working on, we started working on disciplinary guidelines. That's a major area that the board needs to focus on. It's well overdue. But we already started it. Is this something that should be listed in our goals?
I would recommend doing that. I mean, obviously, you don't want to take too many issues from the last strategic plan and put them on this one, but if it's a big enough issue to hold yourself accountable to finishing it, I think it's an excellent idea to include it.
And then my other comment is I just want to make sure that if there are any enforcement issues in the area of over-the-counter hearing aids, that we're talking about those. So I look to the experts on dispensing.
I mean, I think it needs to be addressed. And the difficult part is making sure that the consumer is fully aware of the difference and that it is a buyer beware, especially if you're buying them online, you're buying them wherever you're buying them. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues for the consumer, really. And as a board of licensed dispensers, what is our role in that? Do we have a role in that, and how are we the ones that really go down and enforce that on over-the-counter hearing aids? Because it's not really in our scope of our license.
We've already discussed that, and it was, that's out of our purview, right? It's federally regulated. It's not state regulated. And we had that discussion that we don't have, oversight of that. So what can we even really do in that regard? That doesn't look like we're trying to regulate it, even if we want to give, okay, be careful because, such and such. Well, now we're giving advice, and that could be construed as, trying to influencing the public one way or the other. And I don't know what we can really even do there with over the counter. It is what it is.
I think the biggest sticking point I've heard from dispensing audiologists and dispensers, and to me, it's, well, whatever, it doesn't matter what it is to me. What the biggest sticking point I've heard is that OTC, that, it's not a mandated return. They don't have to be reimbursed their money after purchase. There's no mandate, whereas, all of us licensees have Song Beverly to follow in terms of full reimbursement and returning funds. So, but again, that's a huge step, that's a law. So changing the law to accommodate that, and whether that's worth it, I think would take a huge push from not just our licensees, but the state associations and someone who wants to pick that up and try, because it's just a huge lift, I think.
But I do think the board can create materials that tell consumers where to go when they do have a problem.
Yeah.
And for lack of a better word, it's not
Back
us,
to
it's here,
CVS.
where to go.
Well, it's also.
So I'm sorry. So what happens when a hearing aid dispenser decides to sell over-the-counter hearing aids?
They are liable for upholding our laws and regulations.
Because they're selling it under their license.
Because they're selling it under their license.
Right.
So if the over-the-counter product does not have a return privilege, are we required to give them that trial, even though it is not a Class A prescribed hearing aid? I know I'm bringing up a sticky.
It is still a consumer good, and there are general consumer good return provisions in the law.
I think when we had the discussion a couple years ago, when all this was coming down again, I know you weren't on the board, and maybe it's time to kind of revisit it, to have a discussion now that they've been out and around. Maybe it's worth revisiting as a board, but I think we came down on the, hey, if you're a licensed dispenser or audiologist, then you have to follow all of the regulations, even related to returns.
So I guess the question would be, do we get any calls from consumers on over-the-counter products and concerns?
The problem.
I
don't hear many.
No, I could talk a little bit about that. I do think that, I think we obviously have our limits on what we can do. We know we can't go out and be the police of over-the-counter hearing aids. But where I think the need is consumers just knowing, like, okay, now I need hearing aids. What do I do? And that's an opportunity to talk about not just how to go about getting hearing aids, but the perils of going out and buying an over-the-counter hearing aid when, when someone's told you you have moderate to severe hearing loss, or going online. Everyone wants to, in the world of Amazon, everyone wants to buy something online, and you buy hearing aids from what appears to be a reputable company, and then you find out that they just ghost you when you come back and say, my hearing aids aren't working. Now, that's something I am hearing about, because people are out there buying them online, and then they come back and they go to the AG's office or the local district attorney, and they're saying, hey, what's going on? No one's responded to me. Aren't they required to honor this warranty? So I think that we have to kind of tell people, be careful. We license hearing aid dispensers and audiologists, and they're held accountable for abiding by the law, but we don't license someone who's in some other country posing as a California company when they're not.
So it sounds like with the over-the-counter hearing aids, the board wants to focus more on just educating the buyers. And it might become an outreach objective in that respect then, but,
I think-
okay.
Yeah, I think that's our role.
And I also want to add to that, not just over-the-counter hearing aids, but online hearing aid dispensers, because that's something that's happening too, that may be even a bigger threat in some ways.
That's been around a long time.
Well, we don't, do we have any laws to, I mean, how do we control that when you have a dispenser in Colorado who's selling them online and said, yeah, you can remote in with me and I'll make adjustments for you. And that's been going on for so long. I don't.
Well, I'm talking more on the educational aspect, just letting people know that, we regulate California licensed hearing aid dispensers and audiologists. So if you're thinking of buying it from someone out of the country, they may not be responsive to your, Song-Beverly Warranty Act.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
And frankly, we've marketed them for a year and we don't sell them at all. Just to test the market. There's just not we don't find a market for it, but they're obviously being sold. I guess if we don't get the complaints at this board, we don't have to.
All right. Any other suggestions for issues you'd like to address in the area of enforcement?
I found it interesting. I don't know if anyone else did, as we were going through the data, or as I was going through the data, just adding together what was considered poor or very poor performance for each of these areas. So enforcement was actually pretty good. It was only 26% rated poor or very poor compared to licensing, which was at 39%, and outreach and communications at 42%.
Just as staff, I would suggest to the board, if you want to consider it, while it may or may not be feasible, continuing to have the online complaint system as a goal, in case the wonderful stars shall align, that we can move to that as well. Not that we can't without the strategic plan, but it does help with all of our processes to say that this is a strategic goal. The board is pursuing it for that reason. We also require the funding for it and so on and so forth. Having it as a strategic goal goes into all of these things, including the processes with the Department of Technology, justification, so on and so forth. So
I agree. And I actually think, as funny as it sounds to say in this year of 2024, not having it online can be a barrier because, I no longer own a printer. And now am I going to go print off this form that I'm then supposed to send in? And I don't keep stamps anymore because I pay everything online. So it certainly seems very important.
And so the desired outcome for that would be online complaint system implemented. So
that's responsive to both the complainant and,
Okay. And then if we could go back to the guidelines, the disciplinary guidelines. I know that's a carryover. So updating the disciplinary guidelines, are they outdated? Is that the reason they're
Yes.
being, okay, so that's the why I address it. They're outdated. And then how is the board going about updating them?
The committee has been meeting on updating these guidelines to present it to the board.
Okay.
The board will have to review them and they'll be adopted into regulations,
Okay.
a reference.
They have to go through the regulatory process, just so everyone understands.
Yeah. That's right.
All right, so we have 3 to 4 objectives in this area, the 4 being the over-the-counter education part that might be moved to outreach. I'm sorry, we have 5 because we have the online complaint system. Any other suggestions for issues to address in the area of enforcement?
Where can we put the aspect of the resources for those who have employee issues? Because it seems to be a top priority for those who actually gave feedback. I know that might be just something that's very simple, but where can we embed that so they know that their voice has been heard and that there is going to be some type of follow-up that's going to be discussed or initiated?
So for objective 2, we have that, and it's more informing those people of other resources, like maybe putting on the website other resources for them.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I can't say that.
Any other additions for enforcement?
At this point, I would like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So Sharice just stepped out. Are we doing lunch next or are we going to power through
We had our lunch break at
at 1?
1 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and get started on the next area there. Let's see here. All right, outreach and communications. So we do have a couple of things pre-filled, but let's go ahead and do our little recap of our strengths and weaknesses and the effectiveness rating that people offered. So our strengths, that it was easy to sign up for the email communications and that those were really highly valued in the comments. People enjoyed getting information about legislation, both in proposal and once it's enacted. People enjoyed the collaboration that the board has with professional associations, the schools, the consumers. People liked having meeting information available and the fact that they can attend meetings and the fact that they have access to the minutes afterwards. And people did like the fact that there's thorough information on the website. And the opportunities were repeated, not a huge amount of relevant stuff for communication. The weaknesses, though, again, access to staff and responsiveness. The fact that there is limited staff to do any outreach. The usefulness of the website was not appreciated by everyone, and lack of clarity, as we have already discussed, sometimes processes and language is not as clear for the layperson or the candidate as it could be. And then I also went ahead and listed out some of the DEI suggestions on ways to increase outreach. And that would be building stronger relationships with other organizations, utilizing social media, holding events either in person or virtual, having regular communication with stakeholders, possibly in the form of a newsletter, and educating the public about, scope and what the different professions provide for consumers. So we did have the placeholder for the over-the-counter hearing aids. So do you as a board feel it's more appropriate to move the entire thing to outreach and communications, or do you think there is a role to have enforcement issues mentioned in the enforcement area? Sounds like you don't have the authority to do very much. Okay.
More of an outreach.
Fantastic. I agree. Perfect. All right. Yeah, you can just highlight that in yellow, or if you want. Whatever works for you, sorry. So then we also mentioned that people are not clear on what the board's role is in, over and over in the responses, we would see, what am I paying my dues for? Okay, these aren't dues. Your licensing fee is not your dues. So, there's a disconnect, and there is in a number of boards and bureaus. That is. So anything you can think of that you can do for maybe educating people?
Do we have everyone's emails now?
No.
No.
That is a process. And it also is technically, if you have an email, you are supposed to provide it to us. We don't actually have a method to say, hey, wait, you have an email out here. I see it's this email. You need to provide it. So it is part of adjusting our forms, getting that information as we go. And it's accruing quickly, but not as quickly as one might think. But
Are we allowed to send mass email communications to the email addresses we have on file, or is that something that someone has to opt into?
no, we have a licensee listserv, one for this speech and audiology side and one for the hearing aid dispensing side, and we send out emails to those listservs as needed. It's a feature that we added during COVID. So that is something we have and we update. And of course, as you apply, we get your email that way. So every year, the amount of emails we get is higher. Forms have been updated to include email, so that'll also help if people provide it, of course. But the law is technically, if you have one, you have to provide it to us.
And as far as I know, we don't currently have a regular communication that's sent out to licensees. Other than when there's, a regulatory package or something that they need to look at.
Yes, there is not any sort of quarterly or annual type of information.
Newsletter,
No.
e-blast. I'm wondering if a recurring e-blast is reasonable. I know a whole newsletter can be very labor intensive. But just like did you know, like one of those, and take one of the things that comes up all the time in the phone calls. Did you know that if you're having this problem, then you need to go to your, the board is not responsible for that. I don't know, just something kind of fun like that. And then, here's the upcoming board meeting. And then here's a link to all the new changes that have occurred in regulation or something.
So are you saying more on an as-needed basis, like an alert?
No, I'm saying more on a recurring monthly basis, not that it needs to be some full-blown, detailed, very labor-intensive newsletter, but just like a little news alert type.
I'm curious if you think a quarterly email.
Or quarterly.
Yeah, it could coincide with the board meeting. And it could be very cookie cutter, you have certain things of information you want them to know. You can have it, and then a year later, you could you send it out again, right? It's not like you have to recreate the wheel every quarter. You could have certain things that you want them to know, the licensees to know, so that they'll leave you alone on certain topics. So you put that in and you can just basically cut and paste,
Because I recognize we get, if you're on the listserv, to get the updates on, was it for regulations or?
We have multiple listservs, so there's the laws and regulations changes listserv. There's a board meeting agenda listserv, so that's our public notice that we have a meeting.
Right.
There's a lot of carryover, and actually the laws and regulations list is bigger than the board agenda.
Right.
So we tend to send it to both. So we also will send anything that impacts licensees of either side to the licensee listserv. I do try to use it sparingly to not spam licensees, so they stop looking at emails if we send them. But a quarterly update with a couple did you knows, when's the next board meeting, what's the important things that have happened, what laws and regs have changed in the meantime. Maybe something like that is doable via email, and also encourages licensees to get their email in so that they get the updates.
And then because being on the reg listserv, it's very, you have to like reading regulations to read through all that stuff. So if it was just a quarterly, like in layman's terms, here's what's going on, that might be more usable for people.
having it in conjunction with the board meetings makes it a lot more meaningful to the folks, and we might get more than participation as well. And honestly, you could even do on the website, you could have a little, did you know, blurb on the website that could be updated periodically, just with general, info. And that could theoretically take very little time and have, very little, manpower impact, just to kind of put that there, very visible. And then that might save you time on the back end with people trying to contact you about things that you have no, control over.
And then maybe just adding some information proactively on questions that you get, again, that are maybe out of your control. Having those resources, sending those out. We've just added resources for you. Please check this link. Or even just updates on how you manage, when this comes to fruition, how you manage complaints, and hey, we're down to 2 weeks for processing, just the good news to share as well.
Yeah.
Did you know we don't deal with this?
Yeah.
And a reminder of the drop-in office hours. Because I think that, I guess that goes in this category as well, what I brought up under goal number 1 for the, like recurring, town hall, if you will. I feel like for me in this day and age, calling I hate calling, because 9 times out of 10, the phone doesn't get picked up, and then they try and call me back, and now I'm with patients and there's no way I can answer it. And then we're playing phone tag for 3 weeks and then I give up. So I wonder if we just had like a set, recurring drop in, get some of your general questions answered, that wouldn't help.
Ask the staff.
Is that
Ask the staff.
setting up like a blog with, maybe even, ask that question, hey, look, is this of interest? That's how many people? 30, 40,000 people, 40,000 licensees. It might be have some drive, some interest, and then we can actually play off of that if somebody monitors it, sees what they read. Now sometimes blogs go sideways too, and we may get more negative information on there than we want to see.
I was just going to suggest the staff that needs to monitor it part.
Well,
But-
that's an
but that's
interesting concept to do a survey of your licensees. How would you prefer to get information? A blog, a website notice, an
Mhm.
email, what works for them?
I have a feeling social media might come up too. The Instagram, but then that, again, being mindful of the staff, you do have to keep that up, but Is that when you just do quick stories where you're saying, hey, you know what, processing time, I don't want to keep bringing this up, but 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks, you're not gonna have to wait, you know, months anymore, you know, just so people are aware. Sometimes they don't know what they don't know and they're complaining about something that's happened a year ago when now it's a completely different story, but do they know that? Are they going into the meeting minutes and looking at all that? Is this something that we can just blast out pretty quickly?
Right.
In a story or on a quick post.
Mhm.
But again, seeing what they prefer, but I have a feeling things like that are gonna pop up, right?
And I agree. I think all these are really good possibilities and alternatives, and we probably have plenty to go on to come up with some objectives. And I think we heard some really good ones. I mean, some that would require resources and some that wouldn't, which I think are great ideas that we can get right on, and some that we'd have to work towards.
Right? Absolutely.
In regards to the outreach, how often are we going to events, CAA, HHP? How often are we visible in those situations to, you know, whether it's have a booth or do a talk, you know, about the state of regulations, you know, today? Do we do any type of outreach in that regard? Because that would reach a lot of people in one setting. Even, I know, I don't know if CA does this, but I know HHP at one time, they would have at least, because they would do district meetings. You know, each area, each district in HHP would have a monthly meeting that you could maybe go and speak 15 minutes to it, or going to their annual event to have, you know, an hour for a Q&A or something like that to do something of that nature. Are we doing that at all, or?
Yes, we are. We do it. We go on invitation. We haven't turned down any invitations for sure. And we actually have some active things that we're doing. We gone to school sites, we go to school groups, and we go to like the cashier convention or the CA convention. I know that, you know, we have restrictions right now in outreach, but I do think it's important to recognize this as a goal. I have found in my experience that it's really helpful for me to go out and talk, but it's also really nice when I'm able to partner with board members. And we have a couple of board members here that I've partnered with, Dr. White and Gilda Dominguez, where we've gone out and we've given these talks. Gilda and I were once up there. We did a little bit of that at CA too, where, you know, we took the very interesting, exciting topic of regulations and broke it down for people. And it was, I was surprised. I thought I was going to put 2,000 people to sleep, but they were actually very receptive,
Very
and
engaged.
very engaged. So those are the things that I would love to do. I'd love to partner with all of you guys, having staff and board members go out together.
And if you remember, you came to my class before I was a board member.
That's
and
right,
spoke
that's
to the
right.
graduating students.
I did
and
at Sac
informed them
State,
on how
yes.
to go through the process of graduating, getting their licenses.
And that's great. We were in this large classroom setting and all the students were right there asking their questions. They showed me around. Those are the things that I think are really just, you know, you don't cast a big net there, but it's really a good opportunity to get that communication going and kind of tell people what the board does, which is kind of a lifelong, you know, knowledge that they'll carry with them as they go into the profession.
And the engagement of actually seeing a person talking and being able to, you know, ask a question or applaud for something versus just getting a cookie cutter email. And maybe
Right.
you read it and maybe you didn't, but yeah, there is an impact, even if it has to be virtually. There's definitely an impact. Great. Fantastic. All right. Other outreach issues? We've got clarifying the board's role, we've got visibility, we've got the OTC hearing aids.
One of the things I thought I'd bring up, because we just had it at the director's quarterly meeting for leadership, was clarity of information and the use of plain language and how we might be able to improve our communications in all areas. websites, pamphlets, emails, trying to help with that clarity of information by using more plain language and infographics and materials that are accessible and inclusive. And then hopefully that the DCA Communications Department can help us with. And so that we can get those kind of things out there. Obviously, everyone at DCA is going to be seeing this push, so I thought we should probably also put it on here because we're going to have to do it at some point, and then we also have to move to a newer website platform at some point. So the fact that we might need to review all of these and make it in the next 4 years.
And that plain language, that initiative that we were talking about would bring everything to, at the highest, was it 8th grade?
Yeah.
8th grade reading level. Just as an example, I put
Use the
in,
word Californian.
right, I put in our vision and our mission statement into this app. It's called the Hemingway app to see what level we were at. And we were at postgraduate, difficult to understand. I was going to talk with the moderators at the break because when you read that, you know, that is for consumers. That's not just for people with doctorate degrees or master's degrees or professional licensees.
Right. Yeah, there's this impression that we have to sound professional and well-educated, and then you end up cutting yourself off from the everyday consumers who really, you know, their dad is deaf and I need a hearing aid. Why don't I go on Amazon? Well, let me explain it to you. So yeah, there are big gaps that we could do better on. Are you as a board interested in maybe putting the website on its own line, or is that something that's already in the works that doesn't need its own objective? I mean, I
Lack
think,
of saying it, that's a big push for staff and for resources, not like online licensing push, but I think it's why it might merit its own line, because it will take a long, prolonged look at each and every page, try to make everything more plain language.
so it's both formatting and ease, but also language, right?
Yes.
That's why I wanted to separate it out from clarity of language if it merited that.
And content.
Exactly.
But there's also that usability. Can I find it? Does it make sense? And maybe what makes sense to us internally, or maybe even as licensees, does not make sense as consumers.
Right.
And how do we do
And
that?
what does it look like if you pull it up on your phone?
That'll be the other one. Yeah, I think with our older site, it's probably horrible. So.
Right.
The newer DCA website platforms are a little more mobile friendly. Although funny enough, if you're on a computer, it's way more annoying to do all the drop downs and things, but I understand the concept.
Right.
But,
Okay.
but that is its own push and it would be its own resource. But something we're going to have to do at some point anyways, right? I mean, at some point they stop supporting older web platforms and you have to move on. So.
Okay, great.
Then what about like the other department, the board, the Spanish language? So I think that would be something to consider. I was trying to see if we had that, but it didn't stand out to me. I don't know if we have that accessibility, like, okay, access this in Spanish, for example.
Oh, right. The little Google Translate button
Yeah,
is sometimes the only thing you can do.
We do not. So that might be
Okay.
also one of the other things to look about language accessibility.
Related to that, I assume on the WebEx has captioning. You just have to click the button to turn it on.
Correct.
WebEx has closed captioning on your computer at the bottom corner of the left-hand screen, but it does have that on there.
But
I
can
don't see can it be done in Spanish?
Oh, it can.
Can it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It
wonderful.
does Spanish, French, German. It does a bunch. It even asterisks out curse words because in a private team meeting, we played with all different closed captioning. Yeah.
Is that something that we can turn on for our
The
meetings?
user has to turn it on, I believe.
There's no way for us to activate it. Just because again, with some people not really understanding, maybe they could do that. And with so many of our consumers potentially being hard of hearing, being able to actually participate in the meetings.
I do try to put our WebEx instructions to users on there. I don't know if it talks to closed captioning on there or language accessibility. So maybe that's something I could look at and then add, but it is actually in their agenda. So that way the place they go to get the link to join the WebEx, it does have information.
And it does take up some screen space and some people don't. So I turn it off because I don't want it, taking over my screen, but some people do want it, some people don't want it. So I think it's
Right,
an
and-
option.
it's not immediately obvious that if you hit closed captioning, you can get it in languages. So I think maybe we could do a better job of communicating that you can do this in languages as well. Now, the caution being it's live time machine learning sort of translation, so it's not always going to be correct. Names are going to be mangled, things like that. But it's progress.
And have we ever had requests for sign?
No, not for the board meeting. No. We have, the closed captioning seemed to fit the bill for most people on that end. The only time I've had a request for sign language was actually in the office, so. But along with other languages, we have the language service. If we know somebody needs a sign language interpreter to come to the office, we can coordinate with the EEO to have somebody there for that time and coordinate with them. It does take more coordination. And luckily, a few of my staff can do some basic things that could help, but, you know, we don't get a ton of people at the window, which is, I presume, a good thing, because then not everyone's banging down the door to get to us. But we don't get the requests, so.
Any other outreach communication issues? All right.
At this time, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Are we looking at around 1 o'clock? Are we thinking about taking our lunch break?
1 o'clock.
So return, when would you like to return?
Oh,
2 o'clock?
starting at 1, right? Starting at 1. We're going at 1, right? 1 to 2.
All right, we'll return at 2 o'clock.
No, we're staying.
We'll continue till 1. So about 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
Okay,
and then we'll
okay.
break.
All right, okay, so then we can go ahead and start our next goal area. Thank you.
21 minutes.
All right. Wonderful. So we're on to goal area 4, laws and regulations, and the board is defining the goal area laws and regulations as the health and safety of California consumers is protected by the laws and regulations governing the speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensing professions. Does that sound like a good definition of the laws and regulations goal area?
Isn't this the same as the one where we took out health and safety and just put California consumers are protected? No?
Okay.
Right? And we did that once before, yeah. Isn't this the same?
I like the idea of making the same, following that same logic. So it would just start with California consumers are protected by the laws and regulations governing. Yeah. Very nice. How do people feel about that? Yep. I'm seeing nodding heads. Great. Thank you. All right, so we'll first look at the strengths in this laws and regulations area. Strengths being communication of changes, proactive in updating regulations, website availability of information, and staff quality and effort. And then for weaknesses, we have school therapist protections, quality of laws, currency, and balance of clarity and detail, processing time for new laws and regulations, regulations around supervision issues, including supervision and mandate for live continuing education. All right. So does anyone have any issue that they'd like to address under laws and regulations?
Protections.
I don't know, Paul, if your previous edition of disciplinary, going over the disciplinary guidelines should be under laws and regulations too, if it doesn't apply to both areas.
Right. I agree. It could definitely go there.
All right. Would you like us to move it there or,
We duplicate it? I don't know.
I'm fine with that if the board's okay with it.
Moving it or repeating?
Yeah, does it have?
yeah, do you want to move it or have it in both places?
I don't think it's necessary to have it in both places, but we could have it in one or the other. I don't really have a preference.
Okay.
I think it's laws and regs guide us in everything we do. We enforce laws and regs. So if it's establishing those guidelines in regulation, it maybe belongs here.
Agree.
So it sounds like it would maybe
Move
fit
it.
better under the laws and regulations then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we will move it then.
But, sorry, but it is just a guideline. It's disciplinary guidelines, which wouldn't that fall under enforcement more so than laws? Because it's a guide, we're looking at guidelines on how to enforce, and not a law.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it both ways because you have to establish them. You have to reference them in regulations, and it is, you're right, it's a guideline that we use. Kind of guides how we administer discipline.
I say keep it in the other section. I agree.
That sounds like maybe move.
I'm on the fence 50-50. I'm fine either way.
Same.
Right, and just a reminder, what we're creating today is a draft. You will see it again before it's approved. So we're just doing a draft today. It can be changed. Nothing's written in stone today, so.
So one of the issues with keeping the laws and regs current, do we want to look at how we update, looking at the practices that are today versus what it was 20 years ago? And the dome removal is a perfect example of that. When we were needing to talk about, what we want to do in regards to dome removal, that's something we wouldn't have talked about 20 years ago, but it's something that's prevalent today. So I'm not sure how we want to address it or how we can address it, but it just seems, do we go through the book and look at, okay, what regs are on the books now and, how does that equate to how we're doing business today and identifying then where the gaps are for what we're doing today versus maybe what we weren't doing 10 years ago or 15 years ago, what areas maybe have to be addressed.
And
Yeah, I think that we identified one major one today, and that was hearing aid dispensing, because when we look at, we use the term reimaging. If we were looking at reimaging the hearing aid dispensing exam process, that would fall into laws and regs because that's where our restrictions are in regulations. So we'd have to kind of revamp that. Go ahead.
Well, and I hate to say it, but, and don't just cut and paste it, but last time we had evaluated if there are areas that need to be better defined in laws and regulations regarding oversight and what the scope of practice is in all professions under the board in order to protect consumers and educate licensees. And I know you don't want to have any sort of standing goals, but we're still in progress of doing that. And I think the review we've done in the last 4 years has kicked off a couple things, supervision issues, conflict of interest when it comes to supervision. Dome removal has now been added to that. I think some sort of the board needs to continue to look at all of these old laws and regulations and evaluate whether they need to be updated or not. It's kind of that ongoing continuous improvement piece for the laws and regulations. Say that word right.
All right. So we have an objective to just continue to that process of making sure that the laws are current. So
And it's a previous 4.3.
Okay.
In case you want the ease of writing it.
All right. Any other suggestions for laws and regulations? Any other issues you feel need to be addressed?
And I guess we can only really focus on things that we can influence and control. I think there's some things in here that we can't control. You know, we're just, it's a process, right? You know, having laws go through the whole timeline, right? As we get that information, but like for the school therapist protections, I guess, you know, giving them again those resources. You know, what can we do for them directly as board and staff? And then again, that processing time for new laws and regulations, that's a process, right? I guess with the mandate for live continuing education, you know, there's a lot of people that want that 100%. Again, I guess we just keep our finger on the pulse of, you know, like, okay, what's protecting the consumer? Maybe what other similar boards are requiring, you know, just making sure that we really keep in mind what's happening in the similar fields too, while also protecting the consumers as well. But just maybe just having just revisiting that as we see fit, or as it continues to be a topic that's brought up by the licensees.
I think the hard part about that, of course, is our current law and reg on CE has taken so long that the comments are in reference to how restrictive the current law is, even though we have proposed relaxed rules. But since they haven't actually seen that go into effect, it doesn't help any. It's still not 100%, and there are reasons for that, and we've talked about that at board meetings. But I think the fact that they haven't seen, you know, they're stuck in the in progress stage for so long. It's just circling, and they're just frustrated.
Well, on the plus side, they'll probably see it within the next 4 years that this strategic planning, you know, is taking place. So,
right,
you know, that, I mean, I think we'll actually see that realization.
Yeah, and I think the same with the comment on the weakness in terms of regulations around supervision issues and telesupervision. We've spent a
Right.
lot of time on that recently, so it's just something the licensees haven't seen yet.
There is still one area we don't tackle as much, but I think this is one area we will want to talk about. Supervision for all of the supervised types, where there is sort of conflicts there. You know, they're family members supervising family members. We get questions a lot by, can I pay this person to supervise me, that are concerning, usually involving speech language pathology assistants. You know, they want to operate the business and just hire an SLP to come in and supervise them, which creates obviously a conflict there, right? So tackling that next level of supervision, conflict issues, and making sure we address it for all of them, right? Not just speech language pathology assistants, but all supervised folks. That was one that I had that kind of goes on there and talks about the laws and regulations relating to supervision and the complaints we're getting about supervision and things like that. So that's one I think it's worth highlighting as a specific area, because it's definitely not something that's already in the pipeline for all of them.
And so the desired outcome for that would be
revision of regulations to include those conflicts.
Okay, so revision of regulations to include that type of conflict of interest. Okay, great, thank you.
Just by way of background too, with regulations, a lot of our comments are people being frustrated with the length of time it's taken. We didn't have someone designated to do regulations for years. So a lot of things got put on the back burner. So newer board members, if you see memos that reference, we talked about this, you know, in the 20th century or something, it's because we didn't have that. So because we had to go through the whole budget process, it took years to get that additional staff. And since we've had that staff, we've made huge strides. Last year, of all the boards at DCA, I think we put together the most packets and got things moving. So it's commendable how much work we've all done as a board and staff. Here's one area that I sometimes struggle with. I'm putting these things together based on the priorities that we collectively think are priorities. But we may want to have the board look at our regs, as we list them and prioritize them and give us direction. Like, I know you guys are focused on this, but I think you need to focus on this one down here. This is more important. So I don't know if that would be a goal for us to look at, the board prioritizing regulations on a regular basis.
Oh,
All right, so the issue would be the prioritization of regs, why address it, process efficiencies, or just
To be more responsive.
be more responsive? Okay.
Right.
I mean, obviously, what I may decide should go forward might be due to a variety of things, but if I need to shift all the resources to be more responsive,
Mhm.
that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Sometimes though, of course, without any sort of other input, it's let's get as many done as we can, and whatever's ready to
Right.
go next is going to go and let's get going. But sometimes that might leave something that's higher priority to this board further down at the bottom due to the difficulty of it? Or should I stop movement on these other three packages and solely focus on this one because that's our number one right now? So that does help as staff.
So how would that prioritization look like? Just ongoing meetings or discussions or?
Maybe just meeting with the committee and the committee helping us
Okay.
prioritize and presenting it to the board.
Okay.
So you were thinking, Sharice?
Yeah. Because we do have a ad hoc legislation and regulations committee, so, right, so
Okay.
Well, that or feedback from the practice committees.
that could be as well. And all the committees can kind of provide input, and then laws and regs could help us kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if it makes it clear to everyone, we could put them in that order on the agenda.
Mhm.
It'd be kind of a priorities everywhere.
we
Okay,
can
and
also-
then,
Oh, sorry.
oh, no, please go.
There's also input from, members of the public, as you get the comments that come through in the meetings, just if there's a common theme or a topic, maybe focusing on that as well. I mean, it's not just us, right? It's those who are working out in the field too, and those who are being served.
Right.
And I know this may be an objective. I just thought it might be something worth discussing.
Yeah.
I think so.
So we'll put it into your strategic plan draft, and you can decide whether or not you'd like to keep it. And then in terms of the desired outcome, is that just, regulations are continuously prioritized or?
Hello?
Based on feedback and input.
All right. So you have 6 objectives in this.
I'm sorry, I have to go grab something really quick, but I just wanted to throw out my 2 for your consideration. Feel free to talk about it. But the whole idea of incorporating plain language and balancing clarity and detail in all of our laws and regulations so that they're more inclusive. And then my other one would be developing materials to educate the public about how public comment works, because we did a lot on the steps of regulations, and that materials in your board materials, it's on the website, but helping the public understand how the public comment process works and how it doesn't work.
All right, so Anne is adding those. Those will be objectives 7 and 8, should the board decide to keep them. So the first issue is just plain language, and that's, is that plain language in how the regulations are written or in how the laws and regulations are communicated?
It was how they were written.
How they're written, okay.
Can we affect how they're written? We can affect how they're communicated.
Yeah.
Affect how they're actually written into law.
Well,
Say right easily how the law is.
I think, and I think Sharice is talking about regulations, and obviously when we're dealing with legal, sometimes legal is going to come back and say, you have to be more clear, or you have to you have to have statutory authority, so sometimes the language is going to be difficult to simplify. But I do think that she's referring to that and how we communicate those
Okay.
regulations. So it seems like something that might go in communication outreach.
Okay.
I think the public comment process instructions definitely go in the public outreach or communication side.
Agree with that. Yeah.
In terms of why address the plain language, I'm imagining it's something like just making things more accessible, making the regulations and communications about them more accessible, and clear. And then desired outcome, basically clear communication and regulations. And then in terms of public comment process instructions, so it sounds like there's the public doesn't understand how that process works. Is that the situation?
Yeah, I think we're referring to the whole regulatory process.
Okay.
And all the steps involved.
Dr. White suggested that that get moved into the outreach side.
Yeah, they have that in the notes. I see them adding in the bottom.
Oh, are they?
In the bottom of the notes on the slide, she's typing that move. Both of those, I think she wrote.
Yeah, I will move both to outreach.
For me, that's an educational component. I don't know that there's any place other than going to look it up on the Office of Administrative Law, which good luck on you, you're going to figure out where you're going. That when you make a public comment, right, if it's on the second modified text, these are very specific legalese things, but every time something comes out, what can I comment on that's relevant and going to get spoken to? So that I don't feel like I'm making comments, but you never listen. Well, you made comments at the third notice, which was about these two changes, that's it. So your comments about the first time of the changes aren't, that was the wrong point in time. Kind of saying when to comment, why it's important to do those things at certain times, and essentially how it works so that they don't feel dismissed.
Right.
So, because I think that's important, we are listening, we have addressed all these things, but this round is the fourth notice of whatever to make these two minor changes, and none of the comments are related to that part, right? So the lack of understanding about that can lead to, we got 150 comments about, blah, 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 none of which are related to what was noticed. And so then those 150 people think that, oh, we didn't even listen to them, because when we get up here, we're going to say, we've got this many comments that were about blank, which is not related to this notice and blah, blah, blah. See this note on this day, we want to help them understand how it works, and also the importance of when you get that first email, which we do send it out to licensees as well, right? When you get that first notice, when that's the point to comment about the whole thing, or, when's it important to do this thing versus another thing? What to expect from the board when you make a public comment? So on and so forth.
It sounds like another infographic process flow map.
It's kind of where I was hoping.
All right, thank you. Any other suggestions for laws and regulations?
And I made a note here, I don't know if it fits appropriately, but when I saw the school therapist issues and the supervision issues, I made a note here why, I think it's important for balance to also have a school-based SLP on the board for input on those topics.
Is the challenge, though, if you start mandating too many specific license types on the board, then you get into issues with vacancies and quorums and having people to fill. I mean, if it makes it a rule, if we make it a rule.
Well, not to make it a rule, but a consideration.
Agree.
Consideration.
Yeah.
because it's important to have not just on the converse school-based, but also medical and medical and school-based. So I think it's a nice balance if you have professionals that can speak to both when they're combined.
Something for them to be cognizant of when they're
Right.
looking to
Yes.
fill a
Have a
vacancy.
consideration, yes,
Right.
not making that a mandate.
Right.
Consideration.
We would probably convey that concern to the governor's office when filling vacancies. And I think that's usually, we don't get to choose what the governor decides to appoint. And I mean, the governor doesn't even get to choose who's going to apply. But if we convey the needs of the board, and this is the various stakeholder groups the board needs representation on, and it's just a sheet of paper that has, these things. It's up to the governor how he or she uses it, right? So, but it lets them know, the board has these different areas and it's helpful to have input and someone on the board from these different areas.
Right.
And maybe it's set up by license type or something like that.
Yeah. Subject matter expert.
All right.
That person, yeah.
Recruited.
Any other suggestions for laws and regulations?
At this point, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. It's 103. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, at this time, it is 1:04, and we will go ahead and break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming back.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. I'd like to take the roll to ensure quorum. Gilda Dominguez, I'm here. Miss Amy White.
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges.
Here.
Mr. John Danduran.
Here.
Mr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
And Karen Chang is absent. We have a quorum. We'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Wonderful. So our last goal area, congratulations on making it through ahead of schedule, is program administration. And so the statement that encapsulates what we're talking about is the board is committed to efficiently and effectively utilize resources and personnel to meet our goals and objectives. So does that seem pretty in line with what you were expecting this area to cover? I think it does a good job. So we can again take a look at our strengths. The biggest is staff, both staff quality, effort, and intent. And that includes executive officer, communicating information, good job of filling the vacancies and gaining positions. Again, that was a kind of a victory. There were expressions in the survey of general approval, doing a great job. Good job, board, keep it up. Improvement over previous years. That's always nice to see. And responsible budget management, which again is always good to see. Some of the weaknesses that might be worked on or improved are being understaffed. And similar to that is a lack of access to and responsiveness from staff. We've talked about some of the root causes of that. Some expressions of general disapproval, slow processing times. Over half of those were just, again, venting about licensing processing times in last year. And then a lack of additional online services, which again, largely is with the licensing of name changes, supervisor changes, things like that, that they wish could be accomplished online. So to get started, does anyone have anything that they would like to suggest working on over the next 4 or 5 years?
Before we went there, I know we had said the program administration was a good term. I did see some comments talking about they didn't understand what it meant. So I don't know if maybe that means next time we need to put the subheader under it, the goal, so it's more explained, or if program administration is too policy wonky, I guess, or
It is a bit, and believe it or not, it's improved. We used to call it organizational development. And
so
people didn't know what that was getting at.
yeah. So I didn't know if that should be a topic of conversation before we get into the areas or the goals real quick, just to make it a little more plain language.
Right.
Even though I think it's plain language, maybe it's not as clear.
It could call it administration.
I thought program leadership. I mean, is that too vague as well?
What if there's just a description under that tells them what you're looking for, what types of comments you're looking for in this section?
In the survey.
In the survey, this is what we're looking for in this area.
Okay.
So they can maybe target their comments
agree
a
with
little
that.
more specifically.
Okay.
I mean, that's true actually for all of the areas, quite frankly, but they're a little more self-explanatory than this.
Right, right. And some boards and bureaus include customer service in the name of the goal area because people kind of get what that means. For what it's worth, when the people did the online survey, they did have the definition efficiently and effectively utilize resources and personnel. They had that right on the survey page. It still didn't quite get the connection because they don't see the internal workings. And so that sort of leads that.
And maybe it's the word program that throws people off because we talk about board, we address it as a board in every other communication, and then we throw program at them and they're probably thinking, what program?
Maybe.
What does that mean? So
Is that a computer
change it to board.
program?
Yeah.
Maybe board administration.
Right?
that would be appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Sorry to take it on detour. It's one of the things that popped out at me.
It's great. Absolutely. I think if we were to redo the survey or next time you do the survey, you might get some more on target
Yeah.
helpful comments instead of, whatever.
And do they consider board members as part of the administration?
Yeah.
And is that clarity there? So are we all lumped into one, or how are they addressing that really?
Exactly.
That could be a question, because a lot of these things were covered under all the others, and it seems to fall in a pattern of, certain things that we've already addressed, really. So
Exactly.
Having that distinction between the two boards is a big thing. People all the time, well, what do you do? I mean, you're on the board. Why can't you do this? Well, no, that's Paul's problem. But, there's a real disconnect between the public board and
Staff.
the state board, or however you want to describe it. And I think there needs to be more of an explanation between those two entities because they are different and you do different things.
So maybe our goal would be not so much answer so many of these questions, which we're going to be answering anyway, but maybe how to rewrite this so it makes more sense next time to the general public. Maybe we title it, maybe we really work on that. So our goal is next time we can look at that and see if we get a different response than what we have received this time. Because how do we address these? We're not really, I don't know that it's.
I hate to make it longer, but maybe it is about board leadership and something to say I don't want to use administration because that leads us right back where we were, but into the, not the supervision of staff. It's more
Well, I
like,
just saw it as administration, basically.
yeah,
It's all the administrative functions that we have that are kind of the muscle behind everything we do.
okay. So but maybe just having board leadership and administration
Yeah.
helps.
But then they are going to think of board members.
Yeah.
If everybody's
true.
okay with that.
I think it just
Well, we want to make sure that they're addressing it correctly, and maybe most of them are. Maybe they think all the board members are, along the same lines as this. They don't really recognize the difference, and is that
In the function of this, it does mean the same thing, right?
Is
I
it-
mean, in relation to the strategic planning, it is kind of part and parcel, one of the same, I guess.
And maybe it's just management and administration, so they get that it's how we're managing our staff.
Oh,
Or
I don't know.
can it be the director and the staff?
Oh, yeah.
Then
I
that
don't
eliminates the board members completely.
You could be that specific.
Any way that we could shift.
Because I'm thinking, I'm not sure that they're going to know a director.
Right.
Director
They
of the
know who the
board.
director is as
Executive
opposed to the
officer.
board chair.
Officer of the board.
Yeah.
we could? I mean, yeah, executive officer and staff.
The other, no,
Wait, what?
organizational effectiveness is also, I think, important because that really sums it up too. Administration, and organizational effectiveness.
So
But it is specifically about administration. That's how I understand it.
So do you like having the word board? So it's board leadership and whatever, or?
I think board administration is probably as good as we're gonna, as
Yeah.
clear as we're able to get. Maybe we need to add to our education and outreach part about what's the board member do versus what a board staff
Right.
do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was kind of thinking of, was that it's more of communicating to people, okay, these are the board members, they shape the direction, these are the staff, they shape the actual work that gets done. Sort of, yeah, educational parts of it. Do you want to tinker with the goal statement of the board is committed to effectively and efficiently and effectively using the plain language, utilize, why use utilize when you can say using? Utilize resources and personnel, which would be money and staff.
And whose goals? Our goals? Who's our?
Oh, right.
It's the board's goals and objectives.
Yeah.
The board is committed to using its resources to accomplish the board's objective.
Well, as odd as it sounds, technically, the board is committed to using the executive officer to ensure the efficient and effective use of resources and personnel. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, if you want to make it super clear, like, that's how we do it. You guys don't come in and manage the staff. You use your employee, tell us what to do to make it right. So.
Clear it up.
So what we need to change to that sentence is to meet its goals and objectives. right?
That's why I was just realizing that was a grammar faux pas on both Tricia and my part, and we pride ourselves on grammar, is at the bottom, at the end of the bottom, to meet its goals and objectives. Because it's talking about the board, but,
Mhm.
right, yeah. The board is committed. You
I
want to
think you can
change
use-
utilize to use?
I think we can go with that plain language change.
Good. And then do you want to talk about using the staff to meet the goals, or using executive officer, or does that sound a little?
I think it's pretty clear.
Implied in the word board myself.
Okay. Yeah,
We can just educate them on how that transfer works.
right.
Add that to the list of educational tasks.
I've been wanting to use my Mickey Mouse ear thing for everyone. It's like a Venn diagram, but it's got three. It's the board, it's this, it's that.
Oh, okay.
Although obviously it could be made prettier and more user-friendly.
All right, so we're good with that new definition. The board is committed to efficiently and effectively use resources and personnel to meet its goals and objectives. All right. So issues, and as you said, like the access to staff and stuff, we've kind of already dealt with. If you wanted to have some broad placeholders, you certainly could have, ensuring equitable access. In with your packet, you had a handout with some suggested DEI related suggested objectives that are really going to encapsulate the language that we're hoping to get to. So those might be helpful to refer to also.
Did that packet go?
You have something to? Oh, okay.
Can I go back to the use and
Yeah.
utilize? I'd like to keep utilize because, that's implying that you're strategizing, that you're trying to implement. So you're not just using a resource, you're utilizing a resource, right?
Okay, I do
So-
see the sort of forethought and planned use,
Yeah.
sort of. Okay.
Yes.
Anybody object to keeping utilize instead of simplifying to use? You okay? Okay. So it sounded like there might be a public education component here.
Yeah, and in my notes, I had just jotted down a lot of the same things we've already discussed for previous goals, like for the access to staff issue, online website overhaul, online services, and responsiveness.
Mhm.
Could we just
Okay.
basically cut and paste, copy and paste some of what we had in the other areas onto this, or?
I wouldn't have the whole entire list be repeats. If you wanted to move something like the website to here instead of where that was in outreach, you certainly could, because I think it has an influence in an overall administrative way. And Tricia, if we wanted, we could just make a note here of move the website item, but
I was going to mention that, staffing has been an issue for a long time and we've addressed it quite a bit. I think when I came to the board, we had 8 staff, we're almost double that. I mean, imagine trying to do that with 8 staff, Cherise, right?
I don't want to imagine. it.
So I think that staffing, when I go to the powers that be or the Department of Finance and say, I need these positions, it always helps to say this is part of the board's strategic plan and that the board is behind this. Or when we go before the legislature for sunset, I think it's really important to get that backing, that it's, when you get the board supporting you or the legislature supporting you, it just gives it a little more strength and it's something that we're obviously seeing as a glaring need.
absolutely.
So something along the lines of continued, not study, that's the wrong word, but recognizing additional staff needs as licensee population grows or something of that nature.
Well, I think it's also just to obtain additional staff resources. to
Yeah, more active
implement
like
the other
that.
strategic goals.
Okay.
I mean, because in some of these, we're talking about quarterly communications, 1 hour we're talking about quite a few things that may add up to a person, for lack of a better word, in the budget year,
Yeah.
Well,
along
not
with
only that, but just meeting our current
our current
workload
needs about data and reporting and a lot of the functions that aren't, they're not just licensing, they're not just enforcement, those kind of things.
Yeah, that's what should fall here in
Yeah.
some of the overall operations.
And any really good community outreach component is going to have some staff level needs to it, so.
Right. So maybe obtain more staff would be the goal.
Mhm.
And then in the weeds, deal that out later in terms of
Yeah.
identifying what types of positions.
Exactly.
Exactly. And then, it's certainly not binding to investigate this issue, but it would be probably a budget change proposal with some array of proof of need. So having some addition, having all of these 28 so far objectives, we need the staff to complete these.
Yeah, you definitely would need an ROI on this, right?
And here's where I might even say some of the things we're already doing to improve our access to information and staff is evaluating the telecom system and the responsiveness to phone calls. And part of that will be accruing a bunch of data, which may very well indicate that there's just no way that, over 700 calls a week can be answered by 4 people because they're mostly calling licensing, right? So some of this may just become its own, workload type things, but some of these are like, in order to meet these objectives, we need a staff person because that's a duty separate from these others that can't be absorbed into other things.
Just to add to my comment about obtaining more staff and personnel, I think as we look forward, we're a different board than we were when I first came. We were a licensing board trying to get applications processed, and we're growing, not just in staff numbers, but our licensee population is double what it was when I first came. It's actually 100% more. So I also think that our structure, I really appreciate the engagement of this board. You've come up with some great ideas. I mean, I think you're hitting it out of the park as far as what you're talking about. But in order to do this, you're going to need more than an executive officer and an assistant executive officer. You're going to need more management and oversight to do some of these things. So I think as we look at additional staffing, I think we also have to kind of evaluate the management of the board, because anyone in my position is going to know you need more people to kind of oversee things. You can't just have one person overseeing everyone. You're not going to get a good product.
That was going to be my recommendation when talking about getting in the weeds on types of positions is
Sure.
when you say you've doubled, it's like, well, okay, but doubled on the ground versus doubled management versus, what is the structure and does the current structure work? And having a whole, dream big kind of like, hey, ideally, this is the type of structure we would have based on the growth and what we see coming down the road.
And we were just talking with Dr. Sanders about, evaluations of staff, things like that. There has to be proper oversight. So I think that's something that we have to also look at as far as our strategic plan is being properly, adequately staffed and in leadership too.
And I think that could be its own goal of reviewing the organizational structure and seeing if it is in alignment with where the board wants to be in 4 years.
You read my mind.
Taking the steps after that to get there.
Exactly. Re-examining and examining and possibly reorganizing a staff structure.
Mm-hmm.
So can we make that a goal, as Sharice stated? I think it's a separate goal. Okay.
Just don't ask me to restate it. No, I'm sorry. You can review.
Maybe also make it present tense so that we're looking at what we need now.
Yeah.
Or just
Review organizational structure for current and future needs.
Right.
Okay, because I was
You can
gonna
make it
ask
sound
for
better.
in the 4
Yeah.
columns, but you've
Right.
got the phrasing all nailed down. But so
And-
the outcome would be adequate oversight and
Implementation of our strategic goals.
there you go.
Yeah.
I saw in your budget, Paul, that you want to reduce the budget in the coming years. It looks like the governor wanted to do that. Is that correct?
The governor wants to
Yeah.
see reductions in next year's budgets within the OE&E categories.
Okay. So I think we have to take that into consideration too on how this is structured and what makes sense.
Yes.
And licensing, do we have any clue on like some of us aged people that are going to age out and you're not going to get my license money anymore versus the new people coming on? So we know a growth pattern of licensees in the next 4 years.
We
At
do
least-
not.
At least a, sort of a predictive number so we can base it on that as well.
Yeah, we do have some information on past growth, and we also have some information on, future growth. There's a Bureau of Labor Statistics, for instance. Speech language pathology is going to grow by some 20% in the next 10 years. We have those types of stats. And I appreciate that, we're going through reductions right now, but the way the economy is, I can see us in a few years, being able to do these things. And this is a 4 or 5 year plan. So that's why I don't want to limit us just by our current fiscal restraints. I think that is likely to change.
Right. And
Right.
it's interesting, some of those demographic studies, we don't have the manpower to even collect. So we would have to go to the professional associations or something like that to look for predictions on workforce.
And we currently don't have any mechanism that does periodic licensee surveys of, how long do you want to continue to practice and things like that. We just have what's mandated, which is the, I don't know what the acronym means at the moment, but HCAI survey
Healthcare.
about
access and
demographics and
information.
language and things like that. So that's the only survey we have. And then when we do occupational analyses, but that's kind of, every 7 years. So that's also not quite a, what do we expect survey from you guys,
And just speaking of workforce development, that's something again that the governor is looking closely at and DCA is looking at. I serve as the co-chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee. We're putting out a survey to all the boards. It's going to be kind of a high-level survey on workforce development because we want to start gathering that information from the standpoint of DEI, but it affects everything. So I do think that, workforce development is something that we're going to be talking a lot more about in the coming years.
Is that something you would like to suggest as an objective for the board to examine?
Well, I think it touches on several of the areas that we've already looked at. So I think it's going to come out in those areas.
Okay. All right. Any other administrative, overall operational issues that anyone would like to suggest?
Can you go to the previous page? Because I think maybe you had it on there. Oh, maybe
Website,
not.
Telecom, more staff.
Okay, so one of the items was, oh, maybe it doesn't belong there, but more online services kept bringing lack of online services, but maybe that's more in licensing and enforcement. I don't know that there are program administration related online services that don't fall under either initial or continued licensure, so.
Right.
I think
Do your staff have the computer equipment and the programs that they need to carry out their work? Does everybody
Yes.
need the higher level of Adobe Acrobat? Does everybody need a laptop that they can work from home with? Are there things in that area?
No, I think
Luckily,
we're
I took
adequately-
care of that already.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had the benefit of having the necessity and funds and the operating systems were no longer going to be functional on multiple computers. So during the pandemic, we transitioned to all employees that telework get a laptop and a home monitor and docking station. So we have a setup that many other DCA boards are a little envious of, but it was just a stroke of random luck and fate. So
Okay.
I think we are good there.
We've always had a healthy budget, so we've been able to keep up with those things.
Yeah, and now it's just, something breaks, replace it. And when you get a new employee through the budget process, a little bit is allotted there to get them equipment.
Right.
So if we get more new employees, we would get that as part of the initial onboarding. But
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other technology or online services other than licensing and enforcement, and I'm not coming up with a
yeah,
lot.
I think we've covered it.
yeah.
Okay. So we feel like we're pretty good on the program administration, which is going to become board administration. All right. All right. So we've got a grand total of what, 30, Oh, yes, public comment. My apologies.
Yeah, but I had
I
one
guess, or-
question
go
before
for it.
that.
Yeah.
Or just a observation. So under the summary of strengths, there's a mention of the general sense of approval for the board's program administration, but it's also listed under the weaknesses. What's the difference? How does it get put in both areas, and what was the?
In any
criteria?
survey that you do, you're going to have a few people saying, keep up the great work, you're doing good. And another few people are
Mhm.
saying, oh man, you people are wasting my money. Boy, get your act together.
Mhm.
That's all that is.
So
And
there. It's just interesting to see.
it is. And same with like access to staff. The people who get through and talk to someone are quite happy.
Yeah, yeah.
The people who don't get through and don't get called back are
Yeah,
unhappy,
yeah.
and they both report what they feel.
Yeah.
So it is, yeah. It's not an unusual sort of mirror effect.
Right.
And then what you'll see is some reference to prior comments, you know. Well, obviously, my prior comments hint that you have a problem with your program, that kind of a thing. So then there's a little bit of that in there.
Right.
So.
Any further board discussion? I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment at this time.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand icon. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Right, wonderful. Well, so congratulations. You have finished with your strategic planning session for this year. We do have a time frame of, let's see, we had 28 and then we added 3 more? No, we had 24 and added. Okay, and added 3 more. Okay, so we've got 27 objectives. I've heard people mention, oh, this is going to be a 4-year plan, but that is up to you. If you would like to make it a 4 or a 5, and Paul and Charisse could probably weigh in on the advantages and disadvantages of doing this before sunset review or after sunset review as you set up your ongoing cycle. How many years would you like for this plan to go?
What are we, 2 years away from sunset review, Sharice? Yeah, I don't think sunset review will factor a whole lot into it, but I do, I mean, I tend to like it. I tend to have a preference for the 4 years just because it keeps us moving forward. I think change happens so fast in the world now that, 5-year plan, it does make a slight difference.
And 4 is fairly typical for DCA.
Yeah.
So it's certainly,
And as it stands, the 4 years puts us kind of in the middle. So we did sunset in 2022. We're here reviewing and revising our strategic plan in 2024. It's kind of like staggered in between. So it does kind of lend itself to where do we want to go? And then after sunset happens, we take some of that stuff and put it in the next strategic plan. So.
exactly. And as you go through sunset, you could say, here we are, and here's our tracker of how much we've done in accordance to our objectives that we set up. So we are making progress on all of our objectives, and here's why we, continue to exist. So that works out fine usually in sunset to have an established plan and then use their direction for the next plan. All right. So we'll go ahead and go with 4 years, it sounds like. Great. All right. So the next steps, Tricia and I will wordsmith all of this into objectives. If there are things that are duplicated, we may make a recommendation that we only feature it once in one of the goal areas instead of repeating things like that. We might combine things that seemed pretty similar, but you all will get a chance to take a look at it and see it before you approve it. After you approve it, theoretically at your next board meeting, then Trish and I, or one of the my planner colleagues and I will do action planning with the staff. And that's where we'll break it down of, okay, we want to get the new website rolled out in this month and this year. And, you know, if Sharice is going to be in charge of that or whatever. So we'll get more of the details laid out. We'll get a timeline laid out for you. And then we will create a tracker mechanism so that hopefully at every board meeting, you can get an update and see your little numbers climb up as you complete more and more things in your plan. So anybody have any questions or comments on this is absurd or this is wonderful or anywhere in between?
I'd like to thank you for your interactive process and guiding us through this. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. And it looks like you got a good chunk of your agenda out of the way, so you can continue. And Trish and I will pack up and quietly depart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Before we move on to agenda item 7, let's take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to provide the regulatory report for agenda item 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The first item is the SLIPA supervision requirements. The regulatory proposal was approved and filed with the Secretary of State by the Office of Administrative Law on March 19th. These regulations will become effective on July 1st. This proposed regulatory change will permit telesupervision as direct supervision, require higher level of supervision during the first 90 days of work for following a SLIPA's initial licensure, require both a minimum level of experience in professional development training and supervision before supervising a SLIPA, permit the supervision of 3 full-time equivalent support personnel, not to exceed 6 at any one time, incorporate by reference a revised supervision form and revise the notice of termination form. The next item is the continuing education requirements for hearing aid dispensers. This regulatory proposal is in the finalized regulatory package phase and requires review and approval by the board. We do have a memo and meeting materials for that discussion. The next item is item C, continuing professional development requirement for speech language pathologists and audiologists. This is also in the finalizing regulatory process phase and requires review and approval of the board. The next item is advertising for hearing aid dispensing. Again, this is also in the finalizing regulatory package phase and requires review and approval by the board. Item E is the approved institutions. This proposed regulatory text was revised by the board on August 25th, 2023. Board staff submitted the required regulatory documents for DCA review on August 8th, 2023, and is developing the economic and fiscal impact statement for budget review as of May 17 of 2024. This proposed regulatory change will permit the board to review and/or complete accrediting bodies who wish to provide accreditation to programs where individuals can complete their academic and clinical requirements for licensure in the practices of speech language pathology or audiology. The next item is hearing aid dispensers, trainee, and temporary licensees supervision. The board approved revisions to the text on August 25th, 2023. Board staff submitted the required regulatory documents for DCA review on September 5th, 2023, and is developing the economic and fiscal impact statement as of March 20th, 2024. This proposed regulatory change will clarify that supervision is required for the entire duration of the trainee and temporary license, specify different levels of supervision, require a higher level of supervision during the first 90 days, specify task and knowledge supervisor must provide to trainees, require supervisors to complete a training and supervision, specify criteria to request a waiver to supervise more than one trainee or temporary license holder, make requirements applicable to all temporary license type who require supervision, as well as make requirements applicable to all license type who can supervise. Item G is a fingerprint printing requirements. Board approve revisions to the proposed text on May 13, 2022. Board staff submitted the required regulatory documents for DCA review on August 31st, 2022, and is developing the economic and fiscal impact for budget review as of September 28, 2022. This proposed regulatory change will require licensees who were initially licensed prior to January 1, 1999, or for whom an electronic fingerprint record does not exist, to be fingerprinted as a condition of renewal. The next item is general application requirements for HAD and dispensing audiologists. Examination requirements. The board approved revisions to the proposed text on December 1, 2023. Board staff is preparing the required regulatory documents for DCA review. This proposed regulatory change will codify general application requirements such as the expedited licensure process, make current the written and practical examination process, codify the written and practical examination application forms and their examination fees, change the practical examination appeal deadline, specify a deadline for the board to notify an applicant of its decision on their practical exam appeal, and change the hearing aid dispensing examination requirements for applicants of dispensing audiology license. The next item is I, which is processing times. The board approved revisions to the proposed regulatory text on December 1st, 2023. Board staff submitted the required regulatory documents for DCA review on April 15th, 2024. The proposed regulatory change will remove processing time and the references to processing times in multiple regulation sections. And the last item on the report is audiology licensing requirements related to supervised clinical practice. The board approved revisions to the proposed regulatory text on December 1, 2023. Board staff submitted the required regulatory documents for DCA review on April 24th, 2024. This proposed regulatory change will codify the number of clock hours of supervised clinical practice required for audiology licensure. Applicants who have completed an audiology doctoral program, and included with the regulatory report is a attachment of the stages of the regulatory process.
Thank you. Excuse me, it looks like we should open it up for the board if there's any general discussion items before we go through the specific items. And if the moderator would open up for public comment regarding the report.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please.
Next on the agenda, I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present information to the board on agenda item 7B.
Thank you. 7B is the continuing education requirements for hearing aid dispensers. The proposed change will increase the number of continuing education hours hearing aid dispensers may earn in related or indirect kind care courses, permit other opportunities to fulfill the CE requirements, and align these regulations with continuing professional development regulation requirements for SLP and audiologists. The board submitted the rulemaking file on March 21st, 2024 to the Office of Administrative Law and subsequently withdrew it on May 1st, 2024 to incorporate their recommended modifications to the text. The following proposed modifications were made to the text and published for public comment between May 14th through the 29th of 2024. which is presented to the board for ratification at this meeting. In one of the first amendments were two changes in section 1399.140A1 to underline comma or both. It was not noticed as new text from the beginning when the board approved it in April 2027. So we had to underline it so that the public is aware that this is new text being added to the regulations. The next item is section 1399.140H to remove up to. This was changed because the board cannot provide partial participation for each day of service. And so it just has, we just removed that language so that it's just the 2 hours, accredited 2 hours, no more than 4 for each renewal period. 3 is section 1399.140J to replace participating in and completing and then remove no more than. Again, the survey has to be complete in its entirety in order to receive credit. And as such, the board cannot provide partial credit. During the comment period, we received 4 comments during the 15-day comment period and 8 comments after the 15-day periods for a total of 12. The comments that we received were not related to the proposed modified text for the reasons stated in the meeting memo. And so we asked the board to take a look at the comments that are included in your meeting material, as well as the board response as to why they were not related to the modified text. And that concludes my report.
Is there any board discussion? Okay, hearing none. Oh, Sharice, did you? Oh, no.
We would need a suggested motion.
Oh, okay.
And a second, and then we can go to public comment.
Okay. Sorry that you had a comment. Okay. All right. Hearing no discussion from the board, I'd like to ask for a motion. And you can see on your documents that there is verbiage for the suggested motion. I'd like to have a motion to move.
I move to ratify the modifications to the regulatory text published during the 15-day comment period between May 14th through 29th, 2024, approve the proposed board responses to comments, and direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, including the filing of the final rulemaking package with the Office of Administrative Law, authorize the executive officer to make any non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations before completing the rulemaking process, and adopt the proposed regulations in Title 16, CCR sections 1399.140, 1399.140.1, and 1399.144 as noticed.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. I now would like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White. Aye. Mr. Borges.
Aye.
Ms. Chang, Mr. Danduran,
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I would now like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present information to the board on agenda item 7C.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. Agenda item 7C is the continuing professional development requirements for SLP and audiologists. This proposed regulatory change will clarify definitions to reflect advancement made to the continuing professional development courses delivered online, increase the number of self-study hours to half of the total required hours, and clarify current regulations by making them consistent with the board's audit process and professional learning requirements for similar license type and course content. On March 8th of 2024, the board issued a 15-day notice of modified text, and the comment period closed on March 25th, 2024. The board did not hold a public meeting, nor was one requested. We received 6 comments, 3 in support and 3 not related to the proposed modification or addendum to the eyesore. Board staff do not recommend making changes to the text. And so we don't have to, according to the Administrative Procedure Act, we don't have to comment to the support comments, but we do have to comment to any comments that make recommendations to the proposed regulatory action or the procedure followed by the board. And so on the next page, you'll see that the summary of comments as well as board responses. And also included in the meeting materials are the actual comments for your review. We did do a third modified text in response to the Office of Administrative Law for changes made to the HAD continuing education requirements. And so we did made similar modifications, which were noticed for public comment between May 14th and May 29th. Modifications we made were to section 1399.160.1C and D to add of this section for increased clarity. Number 2 is the amended sections 1399.160.2A, which is to remove N's 7 Business and Profession Codes 704. Again, it's for clarity. This section is specifically talking about exemption from CPD, which is only found in Business and Profession Code 703 and not 704, which is requirements to restore a license from inactive status. The next item that was amended was section 1399.163, 160.3 L. To remove no more than. This is the change that we had previously mentioned for HAD continuing education, where the board does not provide partial credit for partial service for the survey. We require that the survey is completed in its entirety for full credit. And then the last section that was amended was section 1399.160.4C to rephrase the sentence so that it's reads clear. It's also changes we had made to also the continuing education requirements for HAD. Unfortunately, due to the volume of comments, we were unable to prepare the comments and draft responses for board review. So we'll have to present it at another meeting date. So included for the board review and approval is the text that was noticed to the public on May 14th and 29th. And we do have suggested motion language to ratify those changes.
Is there any board discussion? I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment at this time.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right. And seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask for a motion. And there is suggested motion language that is included. So I'd like for somebody to make the motion, and I'll need a second.
Just a question, do these need to be separate? So one motion vote, then the second motion vote, because there's two motions listed. Okay.
Okay, we'll start with the first motion to
Okay.
approve.
I'll do that. Move to approve the proposed board responses to comments received during the second 15-day comment period between March 8th, 2024 and March 25th, 2024, and direct board staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proposed regulations at Title 16 CCR Sections 1399.160 through 1399.160.4 as noticed.
May we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Move to the second motion for the ratification. All right, or do we do the vote first? Okay, all right, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. White? Aye. Mr. Borges?
Aye.
Mr. Danduran?
Aye.
Dr. Sanders?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for someone to move to ratify the modifications to the regulatory text per the suggested motion language that's available. And then
Aye.
someone to second.
I move to ratify the modifications to the regulatory text published during the third 15-day comment period between May 14th through May 29th, 2024. Direct staff to prepare proposed board responses to comments received during the third 15-day comment period between May 14th and May 29th, 2024, which shall be brought before the board at a later date for review and consideration.
I'll second.
Second.
Do I need to reopen public comment since I kind of switched those earlier? Okay. Moderator, I'd like to ask if you can open for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. White?
Aye.
Mr. Borges?
Aye.
Mr. Danduran?
Aye.
Dr. Sanders?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask Ms. Lorenzo to present information to the board on agenda item 7D.
Agenda item 7D is the advertising for HAD. This proposed regulatory change will clarify that anyone licensed to dispense hearing aids can advertise the fitting and selling of hearing aids in accordance with Business and Professions Code Section 651 and CCR Section 1399.127. Information required in advertising, prohibited advertisings, and national advertisements disseminated in California. On March 8th, 2024, the board issued a 15-day notice to the public, which ended on March 25th. The board did not hold a public hearing, nor one was requested during this 50-day comments. The board received 2 written comments, one in support and one expressing concerns with the proposed regulatory text. Board staff do not recommend making any additional changes to the text. And so below you'll have a summary of all the comments we received for this rulemaking, as well as board responses. Public comments are included in the meeting materials, and we ask that the board review and adopt the drafted board responses.
Is there any board discussion? I'd now like to ask for a motion and a second, and there is, again, proposed language for the motion.
Proposed board responses.
There we go. Move to approve the proposed board responses to comments on proposed regulatory text, Title 16 CCR, Section 1399.127, and direct board staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, including the filing of the final rulemaking package with the Office of Administrative Law, authorize the executive officer to make any non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations before completing the rulemaking process, and adopt the proposed regulations at Title 16 CCR Section 1399.127 as noticed amended.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote at this time.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. White? Aye. Mr. Borges?
Aye.
Mr. Dandurin?
Aye.
Dr. Sanders?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 8, the legislative report. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to provide us with this report.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The first item in the report is the legislative calendar and deadlines. Since it is the second year of a 2-year legislative session, we have passed the House of Version deadline, which was on May 24th. So committees are looking through bills for the final passage, which will occur on August 31st. The next item is the 2023 legislation implementation, SB 372, which is licensees and registrants' name and gender changes. This bill would require the board to update a licensee's or registration's license or any references to their name or gender displayed on the internet if the board receives from the licensee's registrant government-issued documentation demonstrating that their legal name or gender has been changed. The Department of Consumer Affairs created a DCA-wide online solution, which is to submit an online request for name and gender change. Board staff have notified licensees and stakeholders of revisions to any forms that we have in order to comply with this bill on April 10th, 2024. The next item for implementation is AB 833, which is the U.S. Department of Defense Skill Bridge program. This bill would additionally require that the board expedite the licensure process for applicants who supply evidence to the board that they're an applicant is an active duty member of a regular component of the armed forces and enrolled in the United States Department of Defense Skill Bridge program. And board staff is working with DCA Office of Information Services to update all online applications and registrations. And board staff, licensees and stakeholders will be notified once those changes are complete. The next item is board-sponsored legislation. The SB 1523 is the omnibus bill, which would make changes to various Practice Act, specifically for our board. We will have changes to the SLIPA degree program so that it refers to other associate degree type, as well as make grammatical corrections to the word, to the hearing aid dispensers license type. Current law requires that SLIPAs complete an Associates of Art degrees, and then some of the hearing aid dispensers license has a apostrophe S in hearing aid dispensers, which should not have that. The language is available in your meeting materials for your review. And then the last item in the report are bills with recommended watch lists. Watch status, I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but I do want to highlight a couple. 2 did die in the process. We're looking at AB 1816 and 1928. They failed to meet some legislative deadlines. We also added 8 bills to the watch list and have also included those language. So those are AB 1900, AB 1949, AB 1991, AB 2011, AB 2339, AB 2862, AB 2908, and AB 3127, which have the language for you. Other than that, that concludes the legislative report.
Is there any board discussion regarding any information included in this report? All right, at this time, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. And thank you. We'll move to agenda item 9. Are there any legislative items that anyone would like to raise for future meetings? Hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10 regarding future agenda items. I'd like to ask if there are any future agenda items that anyone would like to propose for a future meeting. Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Regarding agenda item 11, we will not be hosting a closed session today. And agenda item 12 is adjourning of the meeting. So it is 3:15, meeting adjourned.